Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, heart, heart. to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from a locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. My name is Resorty. I am not prepared for stream, and it's good to see you all today. I say welcome, etc. Here's the button. Hello. I used the time while streaming to try to get together the ideologian for today's playthrough. That didn't happen. I stood here and typed to people instead. Shame on me. So here I stand with my little shirt all buttoned up, but no jacket or tie on yet. What a shame. Hello, Noms.
Hello.
Noms is here today.
Hello.
Noms, I'm not fully dressed yet.
Yeah, I see.
That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it?
What a shame.
What a shame. There are buttons on the shirt. That's true.
Aren't there isn't there like a decency code on Twitch?
Yeah, you're not allowed to be nude, but
Is that your swimwear?
this is my swimwear. Give me my hot tub at once. That's how it goes. Hello, Contraption. You just shouted out Rimworld Friday. I love it.
Are you gonna go get dressed?
Yeah. I mean, it's right there. It's fine.
Yeah.
Is the heater box making a little noise today? No, it's not. Never mind.
No,
Hello.
more than usual. It's the sound of wind.
The sound of wind. I think I might be right. Yeah, it has been windy here. It has been rainy, slushy. Did we stay out of the garlic rice?
Oh, no.
All right, look here, you. Lizzie, it's good to see you, my friend. Lizzie's referring to last time I went to the Indian restaurant, and I had garlic rice, and you did not, and I then kept you awake with my smell.
It was pretty.
It was pretty bad, yeah. Yeah, but how'd it go last night?
You had garlic rice.
And you did also.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you really enjoyed the garlic rice, yeah?
It was really good.
It was really good, and so...
it was so good.
We got a second plate of garlic rice. This is not okay, friends. I need to stop this nonsense. Yeah, 2 plates of garlic rice, excessive rice dumb. It was very tasty, though, so... Yeah. Hello to you, Pepper. Welcome back, Pepper. I know you've been gone for a week or so, doing a work retreat. Everybody loves work.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
That
is the correct answer, oh, boy.
Did it involve ropes courses or trust falls or...
Wait, when you did your corporate retreats, your like presidential retreats, it was just like sitting in meetings all day long, correct?
Yeah. And then going to like a really not great restaurant because it was in rural Midwest.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah. You'd go to these really small towns for retreats, and it was just nothing except for meeting rooms.
Oh, I thought you were going to say except for meaty...
Also meaty dishes, that is true.
Entrees.
Yeah, very meaty entrees. Pepper, thank you for the resubscription. We appreciate your ongoing support of the channel. I want to say the word love, it's a little strong, but thank you for being here for sure. Game Merchant, hello friend. Marks, hi friend. If I've missed saying hi to you today, I apologize. Just everything's a little off. Still no tie on. Now, do I pick a tie? There's a pile of ties there. There's a hanging ties there. Any tie you want. Cool. I think that was yesterday's tie. Yesterday's tie is today's tie.
Oh, no.
It's not well organized. This week has been a little bit all over the place. So.
Why is that?
Why is that? I think it's because I'm teaching a book that I'm not as comfortable with, and so I have to spend more time preparing before class.
And the ties over here are all out of...
Yeah, so Noms has now decided to go fix the ties, which, I appreciate. Thank you for that. Really. So what do we got? Yeah, like I said, yesterday was rainy and snowy and sleety for the first time in our living here. Like, definitely it's rained before, but never before it's kind of frozen rain that hits the ground and sticks around a little bit, and some snow accumulated on some cars, which was interesting to see, like actual piles of snow, which we hadn't seen since moving here. The only concern for me, though, as I was walking into campus, is the ground does get a little bit slippery. And, wait, no, are you suggesting I don't know how to tie a tie?
No, I was suggesting that maybe you didn't know that your collar was still
No. That's the last step before the buttons. Step by step. Hello.
Is this like Mr. Rogers now?
I don't want to be, but yeah, I'm just not on top of things. And so walking in, it was kind of slippy slidey. And as many of you know, I'm absolutely enamored of being able to walk to work here and be able to walk basically anywhere because of the trains. But I found myself missing cars a little bit yesterday. Just because I feel somewhat safer from slipping when driving than when walking. And like I know there's black ice, etc., etc., etc. But yeah, I realized like every single step down the way, this could be the one where I fall over and break my hip. And so we talked. Oh, thank you, very kind. Wait, did this go together?
No.
I don't. Yeah, okay.
Like this one?
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, and so I was thinking, man, as I get older, perhaps some of the joy of living in Tokyo and walking everywhere will diminish somewhat if I'm afraid of falling the whole time. So I think I finally realized that there's some good and some bad both with the highly walking culture here. Yeah.
And here I would like to point out that I didn't have this problem at all because I left early in the morning.
Yeah, you left early in the morning before it was very snowy. I mean, that said, I was here streaming, so I spent time with you all instead of going in early in the morning. Very good, very good. Other than that, what stories do I have? Hello.
Sorry.
Now continues to organize my things. Very good. So the story I had from yesterday is this. Hello to Isbla. How's it going? Good to see me here. You remember going through Dark Souls with me? Dark Souls? That was, 2015, 2016? Is that true? Yeah. That's a very long time, my friend. Hope things have been good for you. I do still enjoy Soulsborne games. I haven't streamed them in a very, very long time, but awesome to see you, Paul. Seriously. What was I gonna say? A story about class yesterday. I've told you this story already. After class, I had a student come up, a student who's Taiwanese, and whose English is quite strong, but he is accented in the way that a Taiwanese person would. And so he approached me and said, Professor, I need your help with something. I said, sure, anything. What's up? What's your question? And I figured it'd be a question about class, what we just talked about previously. And he said, okay. I need help with the contraction of cannot. So, okay, yeah, can't? And he's like, yes, I need help with that word. I can say cannot, and I can say can, but when I try to say, he didn't say the word, the contraction of cannot, it sounds like can. And so he said, I could say can and can, and I can't figure out how to make the two sound differently. And I thought he was being very indirect in saying to me, Professor Risordi, you misunderstood something I said today, right? You heard one of my can'ts as can. And so I apologized right away with, oh gosh, did I miss it? And he said, no. Some other professor did, but I was too embarrassed to say anything. So he came to me instead, which I thought was very, very sweet. To try to get some information from these things, for me rather, on how to fix these things. And so I said, well, the obvious thing to do would just be don't use the contraction, because his cannot was perfectly fine. But then he asked me, no, I want to sound like an American. How do you Americans say the word can't? And it was a difficult moment for me, because I was like, you just say can't. And I was like, okay, I can't do that. So I started overemphasizing the T as like can't. And he got that out. He got like can't. And I was like, yes, that's it. Except don't do that near people or you'll spit on them. So.
But we're all wearing masks.
We're all wearing masks right now, so no worries.
He's okay until May 8th. He can practice that until May 8th.
Yeah, May 8th is allegedly the day when the government is turning.
I just realized I forgot to tell people.
You haven't told anyone. You gotta tell the faculty. May 8th is the day when the government is changing COVID to being more or less the same as the normal flu, and so though it's not been legally required to wear masks here ever, I believe, we're thinking that maybe the time when people stop wearing masks as much, though I doubt it. I think it's maybe
the government's going to have to be very, very explicit that that's what it means.
The government is going to have to say we expect people not to wear masks unless they're ill.
Yeah,
is what they'll have to say. Yeah. I do not believe they're going to say this because I saw a survey some months back, maybe a year or so back, that said that more than 30% of the population want to continue wearing masks forever. So
Well, if maybe they all had garlic rice last night.
yeah, okay. We got to forget the garlic rice thing. That was a low point in recent times. So
I think it's funny that your Taiwanese student came to you about this.
wait, why?
Because you're not a linguistics professor. You're not a TESOL professor. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a nice guy. I think that's entirely the answer.
Yeah, because you're also not the clearest enunciator.
Am I being besmirched on my stream first
Yes.
thing in the morning?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it was very much just the case that the professor the student trusted me to give him some advice, and they thought they could learn by imitation. And that seems nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, should I have said this is not my area of expertise?
That's right. Go
Let me
away.
refer you to the other professor. Yeah, that's how it goes. Hello, Thrumbo. Do I know Retro Gaijin, the American streamer in Japan? I believe Retro Gaijin has moved back to the U.S. Or is planning to do so, maybe. But no,
He really is retro gaijin then.
Good.
I think it's funny.
That's great. It's great. Yeah, I know of him. I've never met him in person, actually. Yeah. I've met one of the big Japanese Americans in Japan streamers so far, but that's that. Yeah. Question also: why is Japan so crazy about masks when everyone else hates them? I mean, my sense is already part of the culture.
Yeah, I mean, Japan used masks before COVID quite frequently.
Yeah, and it wasn't the sort of I need to keep myself from being sick. It was instead I am feeling unwell and I want to protect the rest of the community.
Yeah.
Like the standard answer here is like Japan's hyper communitarian. Like there's always a recognition of the actions I am choosing to do affect my neighbors.
Well, it's because you're on the subway this.
Don't, you're gonna push me over. I'm standing on the edge of my. I'm on the edge of the little mat, so when you push me over, I almost go timber. Okay. Yeah, so we're very close to people everywhere, and so because of that, people are very attentive to the kinds of concerns
I like
of others.
to think of it as like how in the States people cough into their elbow.
Yeah.
It's so you don't have to do that, right? You
Sure.
just have a mask. Although I still cover my face if I sneeze with my mask on.
Yeah, I didn't think it was just about coughing and sneezing. I thought it was just about the whole business of breathing. But
It could be. It could
yeah.
be.
But I think it's because it's already in the culture, and so the thought that one would wear a mask in order to protect others or protect yourself is just a lot more common, sensible, understandable.
That said, I took a yoga class a few weeks ago. Masks optional.
Yeah.
And someone had bad breath. And the entire class had to smell it.
Yeah, Nobs is pretty well ready to smell people's bad breath again and look at people's ugly faces again and all the rest. Like I said previously, I cannot wait until my students don't wear masks anymore because I cannot tell the majority of them apart. Honestly and sincerely, and it's probably racist at some level, but almost all of the Japanese women have straight black hair, and they have seemingly very similar upper halves of their face. And like if they're side by side, I know they're different people, but it's very hard for me to remember exactly what the difference is. And it really, really makes me sad. And if I see them without their masks on, good to go. Like all their pictures on the website, different faces. But can I go to class and say, like, this face matches up with that? No, because the mask blocking it. I do not know who my students are.
That's amazing.
I feel really bad about it.
The other day I saw one of my students with her mask off because she was eating or something.
Yeah.
And then she looked like a completely different person to me.
See, that's what I need. I need that kind of, like, strong differentiation. You get that from just the part up here, even with the long black hair.
Yeah, that said, I don't know how many, like, Japanese people I have in my class. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, in one class I have 7 Japanese, in the other one I have 5. So they really do. I have a very hard time distinguishing when the hair's the same. I need to roam the cafeteria. I mean, there are a lot of students in there. But yeah, I can try to find my students. I could follow my
You
students.
won't be able, you'll just go up to random
Hello,
Japanese
red person. Are
women.
you my student? No, I just need to follow them down from class and see if we can find them.
Yeah,
But
I may
no.
only have, like, honestly, one Japanese.
Yeah.
And then, like, 2 more that are, like, Japanese / some other country.
Yeah. We didn't do this Japanese thing until we moved here. Yeah, we said like Japanese people generally, but we recognize that there's so many different kinds of folks here. And so when we say Japanese, meaning people who are raised in Japan and follow Japanese cultural norms. Yeah. And so like dress conservatively, behave very conservatively. And I think it's a useful shorthand for us at least.
Yeah. It's not Japanese American.
Yeah, it's weird.
Japanese.
It's weird. Like I think at one time I would be like much more careful about not making broad generalizations like this. But now I see them in my classroom every day. I'm like, yep, Japanese, good to go. So, hello, Cyber Oracle. Good seeing you, my friend. Hope things are going swell for you.
Oh, yeah. I was going to go back to can't.
Okay, yeah. We're talking about a story about my students' inability to say the word can't.
Yeah, and I had a theory about this.
What is your theory about this?
Which is that it's not that he can't say can't. It's that he says can. Unlike how native speakers say the word in context.
Yeah, and so you were saying that in context, native speakers say the word can as... Can.
Which you actually did while you were telling the story.
Exactly. This is something I didn't notice about myself until you mentioned it yesterday, which is if I'm leading a sentence with the word can, I say can such and so, such and so. If it's in the middle of a sentence, though, I instead say can. And it's a weird thing about one's native language is you often think you're saying one thing and something else comes out. And that's weird.
Really? I'm used to it because I'm a language teacher. But,
I mean, yeah, I think I accept that it happens. No worries at all. I think it's more, I want to be a rationalist on this one and say, language is what I use. It is my central tool, so I must be aware of my central tool.
I would like for you to go to your student next week and tell them that this thing and that they should start pronouncing can as ken, like ken, and then tell him that you know this because of your lovely wife.
But I think my concern is, as a competent speaker of English, I couldn't hear the end of the word.
You don't care about helping your student. You just care about what you can hear.
No, I do want to help my student, but I think part of how I distinguish the words can and can't, or can and can't, is through the end of it. If I just heard can versus can, I would say they're both forms of can, I think. The negation needs the T.
Maybe. I just think the T is actually not very loud.
Yeah.
I swallow mine, actually.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking for a student who is just trying to get by on let my professor understand me, emphasizing the distinction, though it's not how a native speaker would do it, is probably a good shorthand.
Okay, yeah. Either that or, like Hip People Guy says, he could just opt for the British pronunciation, can't.
So I think he's having trouble with the T also. I think that's where the problem is in all of this. He has trouble with the emphasized T.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Chinese.
Exactly. I don't know anything about Chinese language, and so I don't know if that's a character that is generally hard for them, or sounds hard for them, or what. But
yeah, I swallow the T.
Thank you, Game Merchant. Thank you for that. Exactly. I don't know if I swallow the T normally. Like this is the problem when you focus on any one word for too long. It's called semantic satiation, where it doesn't mean anything anymore. It's just like pure noise, and you can't get the noise right anymore.
Can't get the noise right.
What?
You said you can't get the noise right.
I can't get the noise right.
Yeah, you didn't pronounce a T.
No T.
Let's clip it!
No. Thank you. Thank you much. All right. Yeah, I don't doubt it. It's just
Kin. That's how I would read that. Kin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Any other stories we have for today? I think I'm actually out of stories. We went to the Indian restaurant, had a lovely date night. Sat and held hands a little bit. Very sweet.
I was so tired.
You were very tired yesterday. Yeah, we got to the crossword. No troubles there. We're up to 800 some days, I think, of consistent crosswording. A+ yes, good job us. But yeah, it was just like hanging out for a little bit and then sleepy time.
Noms was very tired.
Yeah, I think Friday evenings you tend to be quite tired. Sort of the stress of the week is released, and so you recognize you have time to sleep, I think. Where on many other nights, it feels to me like you're still in work mode even until bedtime. Yeah, and so though you should be tired, you're just not tired. Yeah, which is why one of my least favorite things in Submeasure, but I find it funny every time, is when it's bedtime and you're staring with your eyes wide open at the ceiling. I look over and, hey babe, what are you thinking about? And you're like, I'm trying to decide how to write this email to a faculty member. I was like, whoa. It's 11 p.m. It's sleepy time. You're like, I need to figure this out or I can't sleep.
Can't sleep. Yeah. Oh man, I thought of this thing that whenever your students, your former students, who is now my current student, really wants to see this.
Yeah. So on the last day of class, last semester, I had some students ask me what the Twitch channel was, and I told one of them, who has come by and said hi, and is not part of the community as far as I know. He's been here a couple times, but I don't think our kinds of games are his kinds of games. Fine. During this conversation, it was definitely possible that other students would have heard, including the student you're mentioning now.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know why he asked you yesterday for the Twitch channel.
It could be that maybe he forgot it.
It's possible.
Maybe he's like, oh yeah, I got that in my noggin, and then poof.
I mean, are you saying the word resorty is not easy to remember and brand friendly?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so how did you feel when this student approached you and said, tell me Professor Resorty's Twitch account?
He said he has to ask you about it or something.
Oh, okay.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, he has to, I don't know. He didn't ask it to me directly or something like that. Or he said, something like that.
Tell me about your famous husband.
Yes, that's essentially what happened because he was with another student who did not have you last semester. And then that student was so excited.
Yeah.
And then your former student was like, oh yes, some famous person stopped by. And I was like, hello, chopped liver. Hi.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm the one who determines your grade this semester. Me, not my husband.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how it goes. I mean, they're just people, and I very much the same in class and on stream, and I know that you're not. I know that your job it makes it very hard to be like happy fun times person with students, and so yeah. You can start your own stream though, and then have your students stream. Oh, actually, let me talk about this. I forgot to talk about this. Nom's been thinking of ways to make her class more like a Twitch stream. And she's not teaching online, she's teaching in person. But one of the difficulties, as many of you know, with the students here, is some of them are really quite timid. And so the idea of raising their hand and saying, I have an idea, is horrifying to them. And so what kind of things have you been thinking?
I was thinking about maybe using the chat function and letting them type in what they were thinking. Yeah, and then maybe having that projected in the class so that everybody could see what they were thinking, or that their thoughts could be heard, but then they could like compose them beforehand.
Yeah.
And figure out exactly what they want to say and then press enter.
Yeah, and so I actually do not know how I feel about this, but I like that you might try it. I like that you might try it and then let me know how it goes, because I worry it would be distracting in some weird way.
Yeah. That's
you know, having the chat running. I can also imagine that no one would talk into it because they would worry about them seeing their words up there for all of time.
I think that's actually what I don't think it'll work for that reason, right?
Yeah.
Because the people who don't want to raise their hand and talk are not going to want to have their words projected on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, so what I did last semester that ended up not working well is I had a Google form where people could anonymously submit feedback. And so you could probably project the results page of a Google form or something like that where anonymous comments come through. And so they won't see... Wait, what big laugh?
Because I remember when my colleague did this in his class about 10 years ago
Yes.
and accidentally set it to anonymous, and as a result got all sorts of trolling from the students.
Yeah, this was in a large lecture, correct?
Yeah, mid-size, I think.
Yeah,
It
and
was
so
75 at the time, I think.
yeah. But he's not a very kind person.
I think his persona is like, I'm a crotchety... Can I curse?
I mean, I'm sure you wouldn't.
Jerk. I'm a crotchety jerk. As
Sure.
his teacher persona. He's
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
a nice person, but...
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but weren't people like insulting his appearance and such?
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, they made some joke, and then apparently I think he tried to make a joke back saying, I make the jokes in this class, this is my class! Except I think people didn't realize that he was kidding, so they thought he was really angry.
I love it, absolutely love it. Hey, how's it going, Jeek? How's it going to you today, Earl Strongarm? I'm doing well, hope you are also for sure.
I think what I might do is I might just have chat open,
Yeah.
not projected, so that I could see it. Except then I'm locked in front of the device. I guess I could have my phone.
Oh, you could have your iPad
Yeah.
and bring that around like your holy tablets.
Oh, I was thinking I could be like I'm on Star Trek.
Well, or two. That's all any of us really want, right? Is to be on Star Trek somehow. Yeah, I don't know. Like some streamers definitely do put the chat on their screen.
Yeah.
And I don't personally like that because I don't like anything on screen real estate other than our beautiful faces. And I think the reason to do it, though, especially with streaming, is that then people who are only watching the video on VODs, for instance, but also live, can then see exactly what I'm responding to.
Yeah.
Or what the streamer is responding to. Now, in your case, that wouldn't be as necessary. You could just say, like, hey, I got a great question here, and then answer it. And so it'd be you're then the student role and the professor role both. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd love if you tried that. I'd love to know how it goes.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Right.
Right.
I've got like five or a bunch of different things in my head to try. So.
Yeah. Will you begin taking donations? Will you
Oh,
like?
oh, I'm sure if we said that, they'll say our tuition is your donation.
$5 to put your shoe on the head. Yeah. Squats for your new sub.
Yeah, I mean, people would probably pay for a grade.
That's very sad. That's very, very sad.
But don't you think people would?
I don't know.
If there are any students out there, I'd love to know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's very easy to say in abstract yes or no, but I guess I would wonder, like, would their fellows know they've done this? Would their teacher know they've done this?
Yeah, it would just be like a public, like a commodity that you could buy.
Yeah,
just like on here.
So I definitely talked to my students at other schools about if on the first day of the semester I came to you and said, you've already paid your tuition for the whole year, you can go home and you're done with this year. In fact, we'll give you your diploma right now. Would you take that trade? And they all said no. And I said to them very, very clearly that I'm not saying like how will I judge you? I don't care what you say. I just want to think with you. And they said that no, the experience of going through classes and figuring out how to schedule one's life and accomplish things on your own is an important growth experience. And so they wouldn't want to just get the diploma. Now, the grade story is slightly different in that you are still taking the time to do it potentially.
Yeah, and I think especially of students who are like on like a C minus D plus cusp or something, right?
Sure. Pay a couple points to lead in the right direction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should the growth experience cost 4 years like $120,000 though? I mean, I don't mean to defend the current state of higher education by any means. And I think in the case I was putting forward, it still would cost the money it would cost, but it would happen instantaneously instead. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think there's lots of ways to grow up. I think that having transitional periods, though, is important.
Yeah. I mean, at times I've said, wouldn't it be great if you could make or like if people also had the option of going into community service?
Yeah.
Like some sort of core right after high school before they like either went into the workforce or went to college.
Yeah. I mean, I know some people use the military for similar purposes. People go in saying go in and don't know they're doing their life or feel like they're immature and unsure, and then 8 years later they come out and say, "Oh, okay, now I understand how it is to be a person in the world."
And
But
what they care about.
Yeah, if there were some sort of like service corps, go fix the roads and take care of the national parks, I wonder if some people would take advantage of that. Yeah, I mean, I definitely would have for sure. The other questions were asked that I'm curious about, but I've missed them now. So,
I think this is interesting. Grimmy Grimes is saying, it would be interesting, but if you could pay to get an A, not to do it. Like a lot of people.
I mean, I think that some people would worry about cheapening the experience. Would say my A no longer means anything. So I think the students who believe they can earn an A without paying for the A would still want to earn the A. In the same way, like you can buy unaccredited degrees that people won't know the difference, but a lot of people don't go buy unaccredited degrees because they recognize that there's value in earning something.
What about if it were public, right? Like let's say somebody else could have bought the A, but let's say the employer or anybody who looks at the transcript won't know the difference between someone who has bought the A and not bought the A.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, wouldn't you want the certainty of having the A if basically everybody's A is going to be considered to have been bought then, right?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't thought enough about this to think what I would do or what one would do. I mean, I understand like the rational game theory move here. Sure, absolutely. But is there value in earning things, and can one feel prouder of it, as opposed to just is it evaluated the same way by other people, but can one feel proud of this?
Probably
Yeah.
people would walk around being like, no, I didn't buy that A.
I mean,
Right.
I think the quick move to make here is you can buy followers on Twitch, right? It's not legal, but it's somewhat hard to detect that kind of follow purchasing. And so one of the very first requirements on Twitch to get affiliate, which is the first level of monetization, is you have to have 50 followers. And this is incredibly difficult to do when you're first starting out, because you get very little traffic unless you're like inviting your friends in, or if you have a presence on YouTube or something. And so it's definitely possible that someone could just say like, yeah, I'm going to go buy 50 followers distributed to my account over the course of months. And it might be the case that Twitch would never know. But is there some value in taking the time to get yourself there? And my argument is yes. It helps you to learn how to be a streamer.
Yeah. Sure.
And so, yeah, I think that's what I want to go in response. Say, like, there is value in playing your way through it.
Oh yeah,
So,
I'm not saying there isn't, right?
yeah.
I don't talking.
No, talking's good.
I agree with contraption that I don't think a lot of people look at grades when it comes to players, right?
Yeah.
I think some very like elite or high level, right, employers start looking into like what classes did you take or what was your minor, or something that will set you apart from other candidates.
Right, because if everyone's gone to an Ivy League school and everyone's got a 4.0, then what are you going to do? How do you determine? Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, and I expect there's some skills-based courses. Where there is a desire to know, were you the A student, the skills-based course, the F student, or I guess a C- student?
Sure.
Like, I can imagine like Spanish translation. Sure do hope that you have, I guess that can be tested easily.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I was thinking about like, coding too.
Sure.
But that could also be tested. Like my understanding is that people who are being interviewed for designer jobs have to go through like a coding test anyway before you even hit like a real person.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And then they have to like do this whiteboard thing, explain how you solve problems.
Really?
Yeah, so a few actually.
That sounds so fun. Like if only I had the skills. That sounds like a fun interview as opposed to like, what do you hope to accomplish in your first 50 days? What is your greatest weakness?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's the case that our academic interviews tend to be something other than that, usually. Yeah.
Yeah, I try to include some sort of like, not case study, but something like that. Like, oh, let's say this happened. How would you deal with that?
Yeah. Back when I was at the community college, when I first started out taking college classes, I worked in the IT department as like a, what?
Of course you did.
What do you mean, of course I did? Are you saying, like, were you also president of the AV club, nerd?
No, I don't know.
Yeah. And so I worked in the IT department as, like, the guy who, pushed various sorts of equipment from room to room and helped people schedule. It was like a very low-level job, but I was a student worker, no problem. And at one point, they hired, like, a senior repair tech person. And the interview for that included a bench test. Where they had a broken computer of some sort.
And it was like a bench.
Yeah, you had to bench press all the way through. A bench test where you had to identify what was wrong with the machine and talk about how you're going to diagnose this and then fix it using all the tools they had there and all the rest. And one guy did a move that was at the time seemingly audacious, which is he figured some stuff out and then said, 1 sec, and went to his bag and pulled out his laptop and started Googling the problems. And the boss was so cool with it and said, that's a really, really, really smart idea. And that's exactly the kind of ingenuity and willingness to think outside the box we want here. And so he got the job. Even though a couple of the other people who had the test figured it out on their own, like had all the knowledge in their head. He didn't, but he knew how to get there.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a really, really cool thing. I can imagine some other hiring managers not being impressed at all by this and actually get upset over it. So.
I thought you were going to say he pulled out a phone and he called, like, the help desk.
That would be funny, too. The help desk at the school itself.
Yeah.
Like, across the room. Hello.
Well, and I think that's not, like, you don't want to hire that person because they're going to make more else.
Yeah. But if you can independently show how to do things.
Yeah.
Gamer, you had a Kobayashi Maru interview. You know this reference?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, what do you mean, of course? That's okay, cool. Every solution they put forward, they shot down. Did you get this job, Gamerchin? Or were you supposed to say eventually this is an impossible problem to solve? That's very frustrating to have interviewers go against your every single suggestion. It occasionally feels like some teachers do this also, where like a student will give an answer about something and they'll be like, no, not that, and on and on and on they go through very many students, and we refer to this as phishing, right?
Oh, well, that's what you call it.
I thought you did also.
Kind of. I call it guess what's in my head.
Guess what's in my head, right? Guess what's in my head, or phishing, where you go out there and that's not it. Yeah, guess in my head, I think it is probably a better way of talking about it, because it does suggest that the professor's just like weird power game.
I think it's a way to I don't know if this is why I started calling it that, but I think it kind of captures the student experience of that moment.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think often when I get into that moment, it's because the students are trying to go far too advanced.
Yes.
They're trying to like jump us down the road of the argument, and I'm looking for something really basic just to get us started.
Yeah.
And that's kind of lame. It's kind of lame. For me, it's lame when it happens because I do not know how to get to that basic level without just saying what I was going for is now let's get your answers. I feel like I'm gonna have to stop the game we're playing to move to that instead.
Oh.
Now, yesterday we had one of these. We were talking about the motivation of work, why people do work as like labor. Of course, making money is part of it. But to talk about a somewhat simpler case, I talked about cleaning the bathroom here at the house. And I tend to do that work because Noms does not enjoy doing it at all. I don't especially like cleaning the bathroom, but it's fine, whatever. And so I told this story to my students. I said, why do you think I do that? And like one student's like, oh, you have a moral obligation as a man to keep your home clean. I'm like, oh gosh, that's quite big, right? Another student said to avoid arguments, right? So she doesn't yell at you or whatever. I was like, oh gosh, what's happening here? And went through like 6 or 7 different answers before I said, it's because I love her. And it blew the student's mind that they hadn't thought that answer, which does feel like the most basic and obvious of answers. But I think we don't tend to think about labor happening for that reason.
Yeah.
Or if it is, it's kind of embarrassing to even consider it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think when that happens in class and they jump ahead, I say, I think I had it happen the other day. I said, you're talking metaphorically and abstractly. I'm just asking about the concrete.
Yeah.
So tell me about the truck. That's all I was going for, was the truck.
Yeah. I mean, I think this often happens in my class when I'm looking for a definition and they give me a bunch of examples. There's some word that's happened with recently. What is it to own something? And they were like, a house. I'm like, a car, a piece of property. Instead, I was like, oh boy.
That is funny.
Yeah, because I think once that happens, I'm like, I actually do not know how you got there from the question I'm asking. And then especially when like multiple students have already said, no, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm asking, what does it mean? And like more students continue giving me this completely off-base answer. Like, I actually do not know how this is happening. It's very, very strange.
They're just trying to overpower you.
This is the question you should be asking.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the horses that are the size of, what is it? It's like you can fight one.
Oh, you fight
duck the size of a horse.
One horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses.
That's what that was. That was 100 duck-sized horses.
Maybe so.
They're just trying to overpower you with their quantity.
Yeah. It's fun. I enjoy teaching, as you all know. It's fun seeing how, though every year is different, it's all kind of the same in some measure. Students follow certain patterns, and they're often very fun patterns.
Yeah, I think, I observed a couple classes in the last couple days, and...
I'm going to move to just chatting directory if we're going to be here for a while.
No. Maybe,
no?
Here,
Like, we've been an hour or so. I feel like I definitely should have gone just chatting already.
And we are ruining Rimworld Friday.
Well, that's fun. I mean, I enjoy hanging out with you and talking, and, it's good for the community to have some chit-chat time.
It's good for the community to come here and watch the game they came here to watch.
We'll see how many followers we've lost by the end of this thing.
Oh, no, not again.
That's fine. I don't care.
I think all I wanted to say was I observed a couple of other people's classes in the last couple days, and the thing that becomes very kind of evident when you are observing a class and not the one teaching the class, because when you're teaching, you're thinking like 2 minutes ahead to the next thing you're doing, is how much the rabbits get ahead of the game and they kind of drag.
Would you explain rabbits?
So rabbits are your like your fastest students that race ahead of everybody else. And of course they want to answer all the questions, and so there's a tendency, I think, to take the rabbit's answer and to use that and keep going on to the next thing.
Yeah.
And then and the rabbits just they're teachers' pets, right? Haha, the pet is the rabbit. And so, they want to keep answering all your questions. And so, yeah, I noticed that at least each of the classes I observed had a rabbit that was kind of wanting to drag the class forward. Yeah,
and I appreciate these students. I think when the class is really struggling to figure out where to go, they often can guide things well, and then you can show the students from the rabbit's answer like a nice connection to what they might be talking about. But yeah, that can also be maddening. And so I often in the semester I have a conversation with these people that say like, I really appreciate what you're doing. You do have good answers. I would love to just sit down with two of us and go back and forth, come to office hours. In here, though, I need to make sure that everyone has a chance to contribute. Everyone's able to, think through the problem before we just get to the right answer over and over again.
Yeah, I think I'm concerned that at least from my perspective, I'm like, am I taking my rabbit's answers too often or too quickly?
Sure.
I don't know. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I think in the case where only the strongest student wants to participate and contribute, it can feel unkind to do what I do, which is, nope, you've done enough. And
I watched one of the instructors yesterday do that.
Yeah, how'd it go?
It was fine.
Yeah.
This kid sits like a front row center in one of our colleagues' class, and saying is always up.
Yeah. No, I do that, and sometimes they keep going. I'm like, you're a hero. It's okay. You're a hero. Yeah. And then eventually I'll go, no. And because I have a good joking relationship with the students, it's not offensive. It's not mean.
Yeah.
But I think it's actually impossible to give every student what they really want out of education simultaneously. Because that student really does want let's just sit down and go back and forth through ideas. And that's beautiful and good, but it needs to happen in office hours. Because other students just want to sit there and be told very, very slowly with very, very careful presentation what the correct answer is without any detours at all.
Yeah.
And so I think I often say you have to find a way to swing to the middle of the students you have in lots of different ways. And that's an ongoing challenge for me, is where the middle of this class is.
I think I was told early on that I should teach the B student, teach to the B student.
Yeah.
B or B minus, something like that.
You were talking about other college classes.
Yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say. But there was something you were saying that reminded me. Something about...
No worries. I mean, I think one question I have is, for you is, to what degree did the classes you saw by your colleagues reflect how those colleagues were and who those colleagues were?
Oh yeah, entirely, right?
Yeah.
Entirely. Their classes are entirely a reflection of their characters, their personalities, and also their training.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you said one of them was a literature person and one of them was a religion person. And so how did those two show up?
By the way, we are all teaching the same class, right?
It's true. Yeah.
I just wanted to see how different people taught the same material because, I had one conception of it and I wasn't sure where I fell in that kind of wide variety.
Yeah. And so the religion guy was kind of like spacey and conceptual?
He was less spacey than one would think, but yeah. But yeah, talked a lot about symbolic meaning of things.
Yeah. And then the literature guy, you said, was like really sentential, focusing on each word.
Oh, and was focused on like how language comes together to produce a certain effect or to produce a certain.
That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah. I definitely don't do either of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, we all do things differently, and presumably it's all valuable to the students in different ways.
Yeah.
So I remembered a question that was asked earlier that I thought was really interesting, and this was by Cyber Oracle, which is, do professors role play? And this question can go a lot of different ways, of course, but I think the one that we've talked about previously, I don't think on stream, is the idea of teacher persona.
Oh, yeah.
Would you like to explain what you mean when you use that phrase?
The persona that you use when you are teaching.
Cool. Cool.
Oh, wait, no, let me give an example of it. Big sister, coach.
Yeah, good job. Yeah, I think most of us do find we emphasize some part of ourselves, hopefully the best part of ourselves, a little bit more in the classroom. And so I think initially I didn't. And so I was nervous and unsure, and it was like just my terribly anxious self in front of the students. And that was no good for anyone. But no, you definitely have highlighted some of them. Like the coach, one of my friends, when he teaches, like he will hammer on the students about don't drop your reps. Are you put that weight down early? When they're talking about like doing the reading, he will use metaphors from sports. And I can see
some
how
of my students will do very well.
Exactly.
In that class.
I can see how some students would love it. I would say I do not understand the words you're saying. Right? Have you given up on that dash? I'm like, I'm reading. I'm doing books. Yeah.
Maybe you meant it. Like, did you give up at the dash and didn't read through to the period?
And this is how you know you're a literature person for sure. That's great. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. On the topic of persona, how's my Twitch persona different than my teaching persona? I don't think it is.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think I've observed your teaching.
You've not seen me teach, no. So I tell you a lot of stories about how well it's going. Maybe it's actually an absolute dumpster fire, and I just don't want you to come to my class and see me teach. No, I mean, I think that the one place where there really is difference is I do stop more often to ask questions. On Twitch, very early on, I've been told that it's a good idea to ask questions regularly of chat. Get people engaged more in the conversation. And so like the standard joke I use is like, what's your favorite taco topping? Because I saw someone do this, and it struck me as being a terrible question that just didn't matter at all.
It's not a terrible question.
But it was unrelated to anything that was happening in that moment. Like it was completely
They weren't eating tacos.
There were no tacos. It was just, I would like the chat to be chatting. Tell me about tacos. And I'm like, it doesn't work for me for sure. But like in the class, I'll talk about some idea, some concept, and then explain what it means. And then I'll say, so what are some examples of that?
And then this is what you get. Here, I'll do it for Twitch.
Yeah, sometimes people just stare.
Or they go like this.
But other times they talk about it, or I'll say, this student just said this idea. Explain that. Can someone else explain how that works? Which on here, I don't quite know how to do it. Like, it is the case that while we're playing a game, I'll ask for advice on what I'm doing. Like, how do you think we should handle the situation? Are there any ideas here? And I'll occasionally ask, like, what kind of games are you playing? But I don't know how to ask good and relevant questions that feel inclusive and also feel appropriate to what we're doing, because it's so much less focused than the class. In the class, I know exactly what I'm trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
On stream, I rarely do.
Yeah. Although I will say, from like the viewer perspective, which is probably similar to the student perspective, tell me about your favorite taco topping is really like, it's an easy way to get in. Right.
Yeah.
And I mention this just because for students, sometimes asking a larger question is difficult, right? And figuring out the answer to that is difficult. Whereas, tell me about your favorite taco topping. There's you know the lay of that land.
Yeah,
you know what the options are. You know what the safe options are. You know what you say if you're a freak, right? So, like, it's easy for students who feel unsure to be able to say something like salsa.
Sure.
And participate and...
Yeah. I mean, I know that on the first day of class, when we're all new to the classroom, we tend to have like really low stakes conversations about majors and what you do on summer vacation or whatever else. And then often in my own...
That's funny. I think both of those are high stakes.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I understand how they can be judged, but
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean.
yeah. I mean, I think at high stakes different than different like high stakes in the lecture. Like, you're not going to be wrong about what your major is.
Yeah, sure.
You're not going to
Okay,
be
sure.
wrong what you did.
Sure.
But sure, I agree they can be high stakes in terms of like, oh, everyone went on a fancy vacation, I didn't. I totally get that.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Usually on the first day of class, there's conversations that feel friendlier in some way.
Yeah.
And there's not a right or wrong answer. I know you said before that when you first started watching me on Twitch, there was an experience where you didn't quite know how to be a chatter in this channel.
Yeah.
Because you didn't know the norms, you didn't know the jokes, you didn't know how people talked, etc., etc.
I didn't know you weren't supposed to mention how many other people were here.
Yeah. I mean, and that's
Secret rules.
yeah, and that's a matter of just like general etiquette.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, no, I'm not saying you should have known it. I'm just saying like it's something that is, I think, generally inculturated on Twitch. That it's just a weird thing to bring up because it makes the streamer conscious something that, at least in my case, really throws me off. I get attentive to it.
As a student, I didn't realize I had to worry about the well-being and the psychological welfare of my teacher. I didn't realize that was part of what I was supposed to be doing.
Yeah. I mean, I think in the classroom, one's able to, if you say, oh, wow, aren't very many students here today, that's in some measure like a judgment on the students. In the case
Oh, really? Okay.
Maybe not. Maybe not. How does Nam feel about that rule now if it's a secret? I believe Nam said, like, there are 47 people here. And I think I may have said, whoa, that feels weird.
I think somebody told me later that we don't generally do that here.
Yeah. And I think it's how one learns any rules of politeness or so on. When you're at the dinner table, you don't put your fingers in your nose, right? This
But
kind
I
of thing.
think I was worried that there were other secret rules that I didn't know about.
Yeah, I mean, I think the...
And then I think I started... I can understand where my students are in that.
Yeah.
After that, I was like, are there other things that I shouldn't talk? Maybe, and then I would start typing something, and then I would say, oh, maybe I'm not supposed to say, delete.
Yeah. I understand how being like pushed down even once could feel quite bad. No, I definitely get that. But yeah, the numbers thing, I think, it often is used, and you were not using it this way, but it's often used as, wow, usually there are 100 people here, but today there's only 5. What the hell happened, right? You fell off in the worst possible way. And so I think that then worries people. Or if it's surprisingly large number of people, it becomes the, oh gosh, there's so many eyeballs on me. And I'm at the point now where I'm generally okay in either direction, but it could be, it could be strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm less self-conscious about that kind of thing I used to be, but that's how it goes. Yeah.
I ran a meeting yesterday, and there were very, very, very few people in person. Most people were online.
Yeah.
I think I made a joking comment about that to everybody. I think, I think for a moment, sometimes I think, oh, is it just that people, do people not want this meeting, or is it like not valuable, or do people not want to be in my midst? They came, like, there were so many people at a previous meeting. What happened? What did I do? What choices I make? And then I realized what I did.
Yeah.
Pizza.
So if there's food, people show up.
If there's food, and then if there, I think on the previous meeting there were other meetings they had to go to, or other things they had to do.
Yeah.
So what I mean to say by that is, it's the thing that every teacher learns, right? It's not about you.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's not about you. And I mean, I've told streamed this many times before. When I was first starting out, I was really worried about, oh gosh, if there are fewer people here, does no one really like me? And people have such complicated lives, and there are millions of other streams to watch and parties to go to and knitting clubs and all the rest. And so it's never just about you individually.
I realized I don't have students who knit in class anymore. What happened?
I actually had two knitting yesterday.
What?
Yeah, Cameron's one of them. So if you want to reach out to them. And then the guy sitting next to her decided that while he was in Japan, he was going to learn how to knit.
Maybe I should start a knitting club.
Yeah, I heard them talking about casting on. I was like, oh, that's very sweet. I know that's a word.
I should start a knitting club just so I can finally get the stuffed animal done for our colleague with the new baby.
Yeah. I mean, I think they'd appreciate that. I think it'd be fun. I mean, you definitely don't have time to add in one more responsibility right now. But I mean, that could be cool to have you a way to sit and just relax a little bit and get to know students better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a great song about Schadenfreude.
Is there?
Yeah. I can't sing it because it's copyright protected.
Do you want to sing it?
No. I thought you were implying that I should. Do you not know this song?
It's possible. It's not coming to mind for me right now.
It's from Avenue Q.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. Yes, I do know this song.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excuse me?
I wish I could offer free food for people to come watch the stream. Let's have a pizza party. Woo! I'll send pizza to everyone. Woo!
You can give people gift certificates.
Yeah.
Pay me in tacos. I kind of want Taco Bell tacos.
So there actually is a Taco Bell over in
I
Shibuya.
know.
Do you want to go there after stream?
Maybe.
Yeah, we haven't had Taco Bell since we moved here for obvious reasons, but
Yeah.
I do wonder how different they are than American Taco Bell.
Oh, you know what, too? Since we don't eat meat, I wonder what that's going to be like.
Yep. How about we go down to the sushi place instead down there?
Oh, okay, maybe.
Hey, okay, very good.
The one that's full of tourists?
It's true. I don't mean to be like a standard Japanese person, but man, the country's a lot worse since they let the tourists in.
Only select spots.
Yeah.
People tell me we should go to like the librarian. He's like, "Oh, you should go to da 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 da. It's out of the way, and
Yeah.
tourists don't get out there."
Yeah. It's strange because I think, like, of course, things get very crowded. That's fine. It gets so loud though, and so many of the younger tourists are just vulgar humans. In both terms, like the way they talk and shout, and they drink so much at noon, and then they're like leaving a mess everywhere.
Oh, are you 70 years old?
I might be 70 years old. I don't think I was ever someone who'd say like, "Hey, that's cool. I'm glad you're doing this."
Yeah.
But get off my
Yeah.
It's possible I am old man resorty right now, but
Hey, happily for you, you don't have a lawn anymore.
I'm so glad we don't have a lawn. Yes, absolutely
I
delighted.
kind of miss having like a nice vista. I guess we have one upstairs.
Yeah. We got the beautiful.
Did you tell them about Pizzala?
I did not tell him that pizza place. Is there anything to say other than it's a pizza place?
I don't know. We discovered a new pizza place. It's pretty good.
We did.
Your students told you about it.
They did.
It's expensive though.
It is.
How your students can afford it, I don't know.
So I don't know if they can afford it. So I told them that if 85% of them filled out the instructor evaluations, because here we don't do them in class, they do them online on their own time, which is, I think, not good.
Here we don't, as if like every other institution doesn't do that.
Every other institution I've ever taught at has been in person. I realize this is not the way things are done anymore, but it's so much better. Anyway, so ultimately 83% of them got done. But I told them that if...
83, and then you... Oh, man. Mean.
It's not 85. Anyway, I told them had they gotten
You
to...
should have given them half a pizza.
Well, no, I told them if they didn't make 85, I'd buy myself a pizza and eat it in front of them. But yeah, I told them if they hit 85%, I'd buy them something of their desire. And I said... Like, you could have an extra day on your exam to turn it in. I'd give you an extra study session where I'll come and answer your questions. Or, I don't know, I'll buy you some food or something. Actually, one class wanted me to sing for them, to sing a musical song. And that did not win in their group. But, yeah, they decided they wanted a pizza party. I said, fine, we can do that, of course. Where do you want your pizza from? And they were immediately, pizza law. So I don't think it's they eat it regularly. It's just in their view the best of the pizzas, and they want me to spend all of my professor money on that. So
yeah, I think we call it pizza la, but I think it's called pizzala, Japanese.
Yeah,
pizza. I don't know. I think the accent is on the second syllable.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I have to ask around.
I believe the people who were shouting about it were English first language folks.
Okay.
So I would not be surprised if their pronunciation's off.
Yeah, and I actually haven't talked to anybody about this place. So.
You have to go home. I have to go to school rather, and I talk to
Yeah.
everyone. Hello, assistant. Tell me about pizza law.
Yeah.
It's a Muslim pizza place called Pizza Allah. I love it. Absolutely love it.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
The interesting thing, of course, is
I have to get a local.
the law is a difficult character to pronounce.
No,
And-
la is fine.
Oh, Ra is hard. That's
Ra
right.
is
Yeah,
hard.
sorry. I keep confusing which one's which, but yeah. Oh, if people got, did you pull up Pizza Law? You want the winter crab quarter? I love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, the quarter or the quattros are so popular here.
So it's one pizza that's split into quarters, then it's 4 different little pizzas.
Yeah, I feel like they should take that to America because Pizza Hut definitely does that here. I feel like they should take that to America and people might like it.
Yeah, I mean, in America, as you know, you can explicitly order, I'll have half and half. But
You can do that at Pizza Hut here too.
yeah, it feels like it's more like a special request, where here it's really common. Like on the menu is, here are the 4 pizzas that fit together nicely. Yeah.
Hey, what's your favorite pizza topping? Type it into chat.
So I like that actually connects, but it feels like, what am I going to do with that? I mean, it's like, oh, pepperoni, man, yeah, pepperoni's really good. I don't know. I do not know how to have a conversation about this kind of thing.
Yes. I was thinking about how, like in Japan, actually, the pizza toppings are the standard pizza toppings are much different than
lots of mayonnaise.
Corn.
Lots of corn. Yeah, shrimp everywhere. Yeah,
shrimp everywhere.
Lots of shrimp. See, look at all this conversation. Can you ban the pineapple people? Pepper, you do you. No worries, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, when you first talked about, like, tell us what your favorite taco topping is, it reminded me of all of those people on YouTube who are like, how is it like? What do you think about this? Please put this in the comments below.
Yeah.
Everybody knows what that is. Why do we keep doing it?
Well, I think it's because we're driven by the algorithm, right? I think it's a recognition that if you have more chatters, more commenters, it's more likely that YouTube thinks it's a good content, and then more people will be sent to watch it. And so, yeah, it's strange. I mean, on Twitch, as far as I know, chat activity is not used for determining anything about the channel, except when people come in, they're often much more comfortable talking if there's already talking happening, because they can slide into the conversation.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
And so something that happens here regularly, because I don't ask questions about pizza toppings, is chat's really quiet for a long time, and I assume people are just enjoying the show or are enjoying playing their own games or whatever, and I don't really care too much, it's fine. But people occasionally come in and say, you have a lot of viewers, no one is talking. Are you a botter, right? Using view bots. And we always have this funny moment that when people go beep boop, I'm a view bot. And so, but yeah, I think I don't like the idea of having chat on demand, right? I don't like the idea of being coercive towards chat. Like, I love it when people talk to each other about whatever. If we have back and forth, it's cool. It's just... I don't think I will ever be someone who's good at spurring conversation. Just because
Are you good at spurning conversation?
I'm good at spurning conversation. Yeah, it's not good at spurring conversation because the kind of conversation I want to have require like kind of thoughtfulness, and it's very hard to do 1 to 100 or whatever. It's good seeing you all. Sincerely, thanks for being here instead, all you fine view bots.
I was thinking maybe smoked ribs was also someone's favorite pizza topping.
You can just put a rib on top. Don't bite down too hard or you'll break your teeth. I love it.
It could be aren't there boneless ribs? I'm sure they have them at Chili's. Someone said
Chili has a baby back ribs, barbecue sauce.
Yes. I was thinking about I have to get a job in Pittsburgh.
Why Pittsburgh?
Did you see? Someone said there's a pierogi pizza in Pittsburgh. It's potatoes and cheese.
That sounds very good. We could probably make that here. Yeah.
Oh, like we can order it from Pizzala and make it from scratch and be like, give us a white cheese, like Alfredo sauce, and then potatoes and cheese. I guess so.
I think we could probably go ahead and just buy those pieces and parts ourselves and throw it together. But
I mean, we'd have to make the dough. Oh, you mean we can buy we can buy crust.
Yeah, there's a there's a pre-made pizza crust here we could get. Yeah, pizza night. Should we do it tonight?
No, I'm just thinking about other people's pizzas and short ribs and calzones.
Yeah. I think you'd be a very good just chatting chatter or just chatting streamer.
Just because I like to talk about food constantly.
Yeah, I think that's true. But I think you're also like interested in, and you know enough about like movies,
like movies
and other like topics of pop culture that you're able to say like, here, tell me about your favorite movie. And you was going to say, don't you? Are you the rabbit? You're like, ooh, pick me.
I had a conversation yesterday with one of my students where they told me music that they listen to, and I'm like, is that a person?
Old
What
lady.
is this?
Old lady knobs.
I told them, I said, I am old. None of this means anything to me.
Yeah, I talked about BTS a couple weeks back because Plato has a section where he's wondering what kind of music children should listen to get the right spirit in them. And so I asked, like, what music do you like as younger
Kids
people?
Bop. Isn't that what it's called? Kids Bop?
I listen to a lot of stadium rock anthems. And yeah, so someone said, like, oh, I love BTS. And I said, what kind of lessons do you get from BTS? What kind of
Oh,
spirits
yeah, do tell me.
does it raise in you? And they couldn't figure it out.
Oh,
they
really?
couldn't figure out, like, what they learned from it at all, other than appreciation for Korean culture.
I thought the reason they got so popular was that they were, as I learned from Wikipedia, was that they were different from other K-pop kind of boy bands in that they were all about, like, being, like, good to yourself or being true to yourself and speaking out about, like, the difficulties that you're having and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. I absolutely don't doubt it. They were not able to come up with that. And so I may have then made fun of them but by singing the BTS song that came to mind first with the excellent moral imperative of butter, butter, butter.
Were they able to explain what that song is about? I have no idea.
It was a minor point in the class, had to keep moving.
Okay.
So
I think they're smooth like butter.
smooth like butter, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so they appreciate when I quote from songs they know, but I don't know enough about like a lot of interesting topics that you can go back and forth on. I think you know so much more, and so I think you'd be a really good just chatting streamer. And
Thank you.
well, it's fun. It's good.
I think like and what I'm finding too is that my cultural touch points work much better in the U.S.
Yeah,
and probably
sure.
specifically in the Midwest. Whereas here, regardless of where they're from, all of the students here really like manga and anime, and I don't know anything about that.
Yeah. I always tell them that I know like 2 anime and a couple names, and I'm so very sorry. And they're like, whoa, why are you in Japan if you don't like these things? I'm like, because I'm following my wife. And they say, oh, she knows these. I'm like, not really.
Not really.
Not
No,
really.
they were talking about Pokemon yesterday, and I had to apologize. I don't know anything about Pokemon.
See, it's not just me. So occasionally our friends out there are dismayed and surprised they know nothing about Pokemon. I know what it is. I know that the Pokemon's main character is retiring, no longer Adventures of Ash.
Ash, right? I'm like, what's his name? Like Slash or something like that.
Yeah, he also plays, is it bass or guitar or something?
Really? Oh, Slash.
Slash.
The
Hey.
guitarist, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, I know certain things about Pokemon, but not enough to have a real conversation. Like,
Yeah.
what kind of type are these different Pokemon, and how do they develop into being different evolutions? Is that? Yeah, I think these are words.
I think, isn't Slash like actually quite? I may be confusing him with Brian May, but I thought Slash was actually quite smart,
I mean,
or maybe dorky or something, because Hit People Guy's talking about Slash from Guns N' Roses catching Pokemans. But I could also like imagine him being into it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't actually know anything about Slash at all. I know that Brian May has a degree in astrophysics.
Yes, he does.
That's
A fudda.
a fudda, it's true. It's quite impressive. But yeah, hello, Klaus. You did come into a Pokemon conversation. Do you want to just say no Rimworld today? Should we just chit chat?
No. I have to go do things.
Okay.
I have to go do things upstairs, and then I also have to run because I've committed to running a relay in which I have to run 5K as part of like a 4-person team or something, and I need to do some practice on that before I do it, because I think everybody else on the team is faster than I. I looked on my team and I'm like, no, this guy runs like 10K every morning, so that's not going to work. And then this other person I think is in fairly good shape because I think they bike to work.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
And then
And
there's
we
somebody
eat
else,
Indian.
and then there's me.
Yeah, I mean, I
I
think,
wanted to be on the team with a guy who's like, I'm gonna walk, and I will consider it a success if I finish 5K.
yeah. I thought there was like a serious team and then a less serious team.
I think everybody said I am not serious.
Oh, and they said, well, you're the leader, and so you must go to the serious team and lead them seriously.
I don't know. I know that other people on my team also said I don't want to be serious, but I'm like,
okay.
I know you run. He said, well, I ran a 10K the other day, and it took me like 50 minutes, so I better not be on the serious team. And I'm like, that's still fast.
Yeah, I mean, back in the U.S., you did run for distance.
Yeah.
that was great. But I don't think you've ever tried to be a fast runner.
No. The nice thing is, I think in Japan, everybody generally is slower than they are in the States.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I remember when I ran in Central Park once, and it was like zoom, zoom, zoom.
Yeah.
Although there are some zoomers over at the park, like the equivalent of like one of the equivalents of Central Park here. I think that has a lot of runners, and they kind of zoom on by.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of Zoomers at our school also. Yeah.
One of the classes I observed requested that one of the students move to a quieter location. Loud.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it was picking up all of the noise.
Oh. So I was very confused how this conversation just developed. When I said Zoomer, I'm actually referring to the younger people, like Boomers and Zoomers.
Yeah.
And then you were saying people who are on Zoom.
Yeah.
And it was lousy. I was thinking, wait, are young people inattentive to the noise of their surroundings? But I understand what happened now.
Yeah, people were using Zoom to.
They're Zoomers. Absolutely right.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
Yeah. Wow. Chad is still talking about Pokemans.
Yeah, I think
that's amazing.
This is something I'm actually very bad at. As many of you know, we've talked about on here before. I don't take enough time on topics to allow folks to respond.
I have been on the other side of that, where I type. Okay, delete.
Yeah, I think on this side of things, if I'm not very careful and very attentive, it feels like I did not get a response to this. It is a boring topic. Moving on. And I need to find some way to like stretch topics a little bit more, so people feel comfortable responding and giving ideas and so on. If I want to encourage chat involvement,
you can do what a lot of people do when they're teaching synchronous courses and say, well, why don't you take about 2 minutes and write your response to that, and then just kind of sit there.
Yeah. I mean, I think in the classroom, I don't mind being quiet while we think together. I don't mind taking time to let us percolate and.
You're saying let us pray.
To let us pray, etc., etc. And I think on stream, for a very long time, the standard is if you're not filling with new content every few seconds, people say, boring X. Now, that's probably not true in our channel because people have been hanging out with me for a very, very long time and will tolerate basically any kind of nonsense from me. But yeah, I think just giving it time on certain topics would be a good idea.
Yeah, I'm not good at that in the class.
Really?
Yeah, I think I tend to zoom a little bit.
Is it the feeling of like anxiety that no one's gonna say anything, or?
Oh no, just in general. No, I'm good at waiting for students to respond to a question. Like, I think I feel like I'm constantly running out of time. So, yeah.
How do you write like you're running out of time?
Right, Dan. That's also copyrighted.
There's nothing.
Sorry, Lin-Manuel.
There's nothing wrong with quoting from.
Oh, that's true.
Songs, especially if being used for educational purposes. And because we're educators, literally everything we do is for educational purposes, so we can't get sued.
Yeah, I can't get sued for it. I talk about no.
It's alright. Yeah, I think Twitch has at various times come down differently on the question of can covering songs you have not written be seen as legally permissible or violation of copyright.
Oh,
okay. And I think the central question is the aim of the stream to make money off of this performance? Mm-hmm. In which case, it's legally murky.
Yeah.
In no way is this a music stream. I occasionally sing a little bit for ha-has or because I can't get a song in my head, but I'm never, ever, ever trying to make the money off of that. So if you want to sing some Lin-Manuel Miranda, if you want to rap like the rap god you are, feel free.
No, I'm done. The moment is gone.
All right. But don't hold yourself back in the future.
Okay.
How tall am I? Actually, I'm just over 6 feet tall. Yeah, that's me. Nam's a very, very short lady.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry. Nam's a perfectly proportioned, normal-sized person.
I'm normal around here.
Yeah. Actually, you're a little bit shorter than average here, I believe. Holy moly, legally murky guy. Thank you for the $5 tip. I appreciate it.
Oh.
Legally murky behavior needs to happen here, there, and everywhere.
Oh.
Thank you for your generosity. Sincerely, goes straight to the cat fund. Yeah, good old cat fund. Cats are picky. We got some human food recently that was made out of fish. It appeared to be pure cheese, was instead fish, and we gave it to the cats, and they had no interest. We thought fish.
They had a little interest.
They smelled it.
No, Fritz ate some the first time.
Okay.
The very first time he had some.
Yeah.
And then after that, no, not so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, the combination of fish and cheese is very common here, and now that I say that, I realize that's what's on a fillet of fish, actually. So it is also very common in the United States.
Absolutely, yeah. But they didn't like that at all after the first moment, and yeah, they're so particular. There are a number of cat treats we've purchased here that the cats are just uninterested in, and I don't know if that's because they weren't raised on Japanese cat food, or I don't know. Yeah. If we get another cat someday, we'll have to try raising it on Japanese food, then take it back to the U.S.
Oh, no.
And see what's going to happen.
It'll get very fat.
Possibly. Have you ever been to a cat cafe? No.
There's one not too far from here.
There's one not too far from here. That said, I don't know. I think I feel weird about them. Like, they're not bad or anything, but the things I would want to do at a cafe are like have a drink of coffee and do some reading. And I can imagine like if a cat's like get my business, it'd be hard to focus on the reading. So I understand like maybe at cat cafes the job is to interact with cats. But as I understand that you're not permitted to go chase down the cats.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you have to wait.
I have seen children do that, but okay.
Yeah, you're supposed to wait until they go and engage with you. And I think I'd be very sad if I went and said, I hope I get to play with the cat, and then they ignored me. And so to avoid them ignoring me, I'll need to ask them what their favorite taco topping.
Exactly. And then bring it with you. And then I assume maybe you can buy some food to give the cat. Yes, because monetization, right?
Probably. Yeah, I don't know.
I think a lot of those, not all of those, but I think some of those cat cafes are also pet stores. Yeah. And Japanese pet stores are terrible.
Yeah. We don't believe in the concepts of like animal rights or anti-cruelty behavior to animals here in Japan. I believe legally animals have the same status as any other object you own.
Yeah, interestingly, I think some of the rescue adoption places are hyper the other way.
Yes.
Because like my friend who is single could not like adopt a cat because she was single.
Yeah.
And I think eventually she got one, but she had to provide all of this extra information.
Yeah, and then if you're even a permanent resident here, like not a pure citizen, they still may not give you pets for fear that you're going to abandon them when you leave.
I wonder how our colleague got a cat, because I thought they got their cat from rescue.
Yeah, no, I don't mean to say it's universal. I just know it's deeply suspicious.
Oh, okay.
And they want to see like your bank accounts, and they want to see that you have a stable house and all these things, which is as an American so crazy. I know when I adopted one of the cats, I had to like fill in certain paperwork and make a good promise that I would keep the cat long term, but they didn't see my bank account, surely. Yeah. I mean, I think some of the wards here do have stray cat problems, and they send out circulars that say things like, "Please stop letting your cats outside; they pee everywhere," and no one wants that. The difference in how pets are thought about here is fascinating. I mean, there's less pet population in general. A smaller portion of society has it than the U.S. So
although you wouldn't know it.
Lots of dogs.
Street.
Yeah,
lots of dogs in like strollers, right?
Yeah, people baby their animals here.
Yeah, definitely.
In a way, it doesn't happen in the rural Midwest, but I can imagine it does happen in bigger cities.
Yeah, maybe so.
And I think part of it is here in bigger cities, there aren't a lot of play areas for dogs. Like, it's just a bunch of concrete.
Yeah.
And so the idea of force the dog to walk on the concrete, I can see why people wouldn't want to do that. It's like little strollers and all the rest. And yeah.
That said, people here, dog owners here, do this really amazing thing where they take a bottle of water with them, and then when a dog pees on something, they like wash it down.
Yeah, I had never seen that in the U.S.
It's awesome.
Yeah, and I wonder if part of that is because of it being a big city and so tons of pedestrian traffic, where if you're in a more rural area or walking down some country road, it's very unlikely someone else will come by and have to deal with the smell or anything else.
Yeah, I mean, as I understand it, dogs also smell when another dog has peed there, and then they pee there on top of it.
Yeah,
So I assumed it was preventative to keep that from happening.
Oh, makes sense. Yeah, I can imagine it being a gathering place and community bulletin board for all the different smells to show up. And I was here too.
Spike was here.
Exactly right. Yeah, that's good.
That's good.
All right.
Okay.
Are you feeling talked out?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It was nice though. I'm
yeah.
glad you came by.
I'm glad I
thank
came
you for
by,
your kind conversation.
Thank
Dogs are
you.
reading their pee mails.
Ah.
Game Merchant, thank you. That's a good joke. If anyone else has any other jokes about urine, please put them in chat. I can't do this.
Dajare.
What's dajare?
Dajare. That's the new word I learned. Japanese for bad pun. Dajare.
Dajare. Oh, yeah. Because you said that your Shimakuma Cafe.
Shirokuma Cafe.
Shirokuma, which is about a polar bear and his penguin friend and his koala friend and his grizzly bear friend.
And his panda friend.
And
His
panda, not koala, panda. Yeah.
It has a lot of bad... They talk about having bad puns.
Yeah, and it often seems like it's played as being a misunderstanding of what word has been said over and again. But they're all like interesting, funny rhymes and funny mispresentations.
Yeah, you'd say rhymes, and then somebody would come up with a tequila, and they'd say, limes?
Yeah, exactly right.
No, not limes.
Yeah.
No.
And then it would be that story about the guy with the albatross around his neck rhymes. R-I-M-E rhymes. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, rhyme is also the frost at the top of the ground. Rhyme. Yeah.
Grey's Anatomy, Shonda Rhimes.
Perfect.
Or what's the new one that she's made? Bridgerton. One of my students asked me if I've seen Bridgerton, and I'm like, oh no, I'm sorry, I haven't.
I mean, I think, as I said previously, I gave up on reading every book ever a very long time ago. I have also given up on watching all the movies, all the shows, there's so many, and I've now given up on playing all the games I want to play. There's just not enough time to do everything. And so when I decide to play a game, like Rimworld today, I'm saying no to every other game I could be playing. And there's some of them we'll never, ever, ever play.
I see.
Speaking of tequila, they put salt on the rim and you're part of the world. Excellent.
Hey.
Is this how I should respond to people making puns? I think one of the traditions of the channel is people do make somewhat, haha dad joke kind of jokes sometimes. Should I respond with, hey?
Yes.
That's great. That's great.
Yes.
We've been to Mexican restaurants here. I don't think we've seen tequila.
Yeah, we have. We've had it.
Oh, have we? Fun.
Yeah.
Did I have one?
Yeah. Somebody bought a round at the dinner that you were so terrible at.
I forgot about that. That's right. What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of margaritas. Sorry. We haven't seen margaritas here.
I've seen them. They
have you? Okay, I have not seen margaritas.
Yeah, one of my colleagues has been on the lookout for them.
Yeah, I remember this now.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. No, this was the dinner at which I was very unhappy with someone who was there and thought we should not be celebrating him in any meaningful way, and so
and still insisted on coming.
Yeah, I wanted to be a good partner to you and be in solidarity there.
Being a good partner to me by sitting there sullenly in front of your cold nachos.
Yeah. But anyway, despite the fact I was not a great part of that day, the host, I guess, the person who ultimately ended up paying, very kind of him, bought us all around tequila. And
we like him.
Yeah, we like him very much. And I think we should set up a dinner with him to repay him for his kindness, but he can leave his trash family at home.
Oh, you're so mean.
All right.
You're so mean. I was apologetic about not having seen Bridgerton because I see a lot of Shonda Rhimes stuff, and it's a Shonda Rhimes show. And also, I haven't liked the student. They're very, very sweet. And so I felt bad that we could not talk about Bridgerton together because I had not seen it.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, at 2 schools ago, you would have regular Shonda Rhimes watch parties.
Yeah.
Why'd you use that voice?
I don't know.
I think I know why, but...
Because I don't know.
Okay, very good. You could set it up again. Like, you could invite people over to watch your favorite TV shows.
On what? On Netflix?
Sure.
I don't have a VPN. I don't have VPN access to abc.com.
We can work on that if you want to.
No, I don't really want
Yeah.
to.
Also, people don't really invite others over here.
Yeah, I think it happens a little bit based on YouTube videos that I've seen, but
It seems to be like people are invited over for parties of a certain sort.
or like
Sit around and play cards and drink
Yeah,
parties.
yeah,
as opposed to inviting people over for dinner per se.
yeah.
More so. Partially because apartments are so small here
Yeah.
for most folks. Oh, speaking of which, there's something I've been meaning to talk about for a very, very, very long time today. And I remembered it and I wish to tell it now.
Okay.
Which is last night we were talking about yesterday in class, we were talking about the question of work as identity. How people identify with their job in a big way. And it becomes a central part of their self-conception of who they are, etc. And so I said, like, the way in which you notice this in society is, in the U.S. at least, the first question you usually ask a stranger is, "Hi, what's your name? I'm so-and-so." And the second question you usually ask is, "And what do you do?" And what do you do question usually means, what is your job? And when people ask me that, I don't say streamer, I say professor for obvious reasons, because I'm trying to be fancy. But I asked the Japanese students, in Japan, do you ask about jobs right away? And they said, no. It's actually a question that comes way down the road. I said, okay, what's the second question you ask instead? And they said, oh, are you a student? I said, wait, really? This is the general question you ask anyone you meet, are you a student? And I realized that instead they meant with other young people. And so I said, okay, assume a person's a little bit older. What would you say to them? And they said, oh, we'd ask, what age are you? I said, wait, really? You approached some like 70-year-old person and said, what age are you? They said, no, that's not it. And they could not come up with any question that they would ask a person who is substantially older than them. And that really surprised me. And one of the American students hypothesized that it was because older people are treated with such respect here that you actually wouldn't ask questions of them. They would ask questions of you entirely. And so they would ask you, are you a student, or how old are you? And as an American, this is so unusual for me because we tend to have a sort of like assumption of equality across people. And so you can ask questions like, hey, what did you do before you retired, or are you retired, without being offensive.
Maybe it just depends on your personality.
I had like 7 Japanese students in there, and quite a few more people who had lived in Japan for quite a while, and they collectively could not come up with a question.
Oh, no, I just meant in the United States. I'm not sure that I would go up and be like, hello, are you retired? What did you used to do? I think I would try to figure out what their little topic is that they wanted to talk about.
Oh, sure. I just mean like the standard American script, I believe, is what's your name and what do you do? No, maybe that's false.
I think that is the standard script, although I think people are trying hard not to do what do you do?
The decentralizing of that. You're surprised the neighbors haven't told us to be quiet yet with all the energy today. So we're actually quite lucky, privileged, I don't know, to live not in an apartment, but in a house. And so the place where this room touches the neighbors is actually their garage. And garages here are largely outside. And so that wall is concrete, actually.
Yeah.
And just on the other side of it's a car, and the car doesn't mind when I get loud. So
Yeah. I thought you were going to talk about the big house that I got to see.
I mean, I did talk about that a few weeks ago. But there's a guy's house who's like, what, four levels and the size of a city block. It's absurd.
A 2-car garage, which is a big deal here.
So the people
2-car indoor heated garage, big deal.
Yeah, it's very unusual in Tokyo. So the people on the street can hear me. So actually, no, thank goodness. When I first started streaming, I was worried about this because Japanese buildings are not especially insulated because the temperatures here aren't terribly extreme. It does get quite cold though. But yeah, I was worried that the street right there could be heard. They could hear me because people do walk right by it all the time.
You can hear that something is happening or that somebody is talking, but you can't hear what.
Exactly right. And so I asked Nams when she came home from work, if I'm here, blah, 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 can you hear it? And there's concern. I was very concerned, but no, it doesn't happen, thank goodness. So yeah. Our most modern apartments in Japan fairly well soundproofed. The more expensive ones are, for sure, but there is a population who live in smaller and cheaper condos and apartments, and you can hear absolutely everything between rooms and between apartments. And so many of my students live in those kind of places, and those students say like, I come from America, and we play our music very, very loud,
no.
and then I get in trouble with the neighbors. So
That's what headphones are for.
yeah, exactly. No, but I'm very grateful that we're privileged enough to live in this kind of place because, I'm not a loud person generally, but I do stream, and it's important to me to be able to stream. And I can imagine if like an apartment next door with some like very, very prim Japanese grandma, how terrible it would be for her to hear me all day long. Yeah. So.
I was thinking maybe you would have to shift to an ASMR stream. Or you could do Rimworld. It would just be ASMR Rimworld. That's a very niche market.
Yeah, Whisper World. Yeah, I don't know what I'd do honestly. Yeah, I mean, I could increase the microphone's volume level of recording, so that I'm able to have it pick up and get louder from a very quiet part on the side. I think the trouble there would be I have a certain streamer voice, which is also my teaching voice, which is more projecty than my normal. Yeah, I felt so bad at Indian last night. You had to keep saying, "Would you speak louder, please? Would you speak louder?" Because the Indian was pretty loud last night. There were a bunch of families in there having a good time, and I was just talking quietly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is not my teaching voice. Not my teaching voice.
Would you mind using a teaching voice?
I need something to say.
Tell us about the character of Polyphemus in the Odyssey.
Oh, I don't know. now that feels weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I think it's more like this.
That's
right?
actually quite loud.
What?
That's actually louder than my streamer voice.
Yeah, because I teach in very large classrooms. So I talk this loudly when I am teaching. What? What?
I think you may actually be louder in the classroom than I am then.
I mean, I can hear you outside, but yeah, I had to kind of dial it into wherever it would be. Yeah.
Holy moly. Noms, what do you teach? So Noms
The
is actually,
same class.
So Noms is actually not a teacher in general. She's an administrator. She's the head of the faculty at our school. But yeah, we both teach general humanities courses here.
And we actually teach the same size of course. I just picked a classroom that had better seating arrangements.
Yeah.
Which ended up being quite a large classroom.
Yeah, so they sit around tables and looking in all directions, where my students are in standard rows looking at the star of the show, big boy up here.
Yeah, it does mean, though, that the students don't have to project as loud when they're responding, because a lot of times I can't hear the students, which means that, not a lot of times, sometimes I can't hear the students, which means that they're probably used to talking in a smaller classroom.
Yeah, sure. This is the nice thing about your classroom, though, is you can relatively easily walk up to where a student is.
That's what I do, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where for me, if I want to walk to where a student is, I have to excuse me, to get through the various tables.
Yeah. I think it's, and I noticed that when a student has to, like, when I went to observe a class yesterday, I sat on the second seat in, and the other student had to get up and get out. It was like a movie theater or being in an airplane.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's also body insensitive, the way that our seating is.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely made for smaller Japanese people.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I can sit at the tables, and I'm a larger person in general. But if someone's larger than me, they would have a rough time.
Yeah. And it's because the tables are set so
very
closely.
narrow. It's very narrow. Yeah. But it's all right.
Trying to work on that.
Yeah, historically, Noms has taught Latin and Greek and attendant mythologies and histories and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you miss that stuff?
Of course.
Of course you do.
I am much more comfortable teaching Latin than general humanities.
Yeah, you like your skills courses where there's a correct answer and you know the correct answer.
Maybe that's part of it. I'm just used to it. I
Sure, of
did
course.
it for like 10 years. 10 years. Every year for 10 years, except for my sabbatical year.
Yeah, of
Latin,
course.
So.
How many students do we have in our classes?
Plus 6 years in graduate school.
Yeah,
okay, hello.
Teaching all the time.
Yeah.
So our courses are actually capped by tradition at 24 students.
Yeah.
Because they're writing intensive classes. They have a decent amount of writing work. And isn't this the story?
For ours, I thought it was because it was supposed to be seminar style so that people could discuss.
Yeah, I thought it was both.
The writing intensive classes are kept even lower.
Oh, are they? What signs?
18 for upper
Oh, wow,
division
geez,
and
okay.
12 for the first year comp.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be discussion style, so it's Catholic 20. What?
You're like, moving on. Okay, discussion style.
No, I was agreeing with you.
Okay, yeah.
That's its agreement. I'll be more slower there. I was incorrect. Allow me to agree with Nam's earlier point. Its discussion style is the reason why it's limited, as opposed to being all the writing. I do assign a lot of writing, though, so there is a lot of grading, and it'll be difficult to do all the grading where there are a lot of students. But
Why just have ChatGPT do it?
yeah, thank you. So they're capped by tradition at 24.
Yeah.
Now, Noms is a super popular teacher, which says she teaches at a very convenient midday time. And so you had a lot of students in your wait last that you rolled in.
Yeah,
And
because
so
I had a big classroom.
you have 30 students now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, both my classes are at 24, which is the normal cap.
Yeah, I turned down anybody after the. There were a few that asked after the 30th.
Yeah, the smallest class I've ever taught was 6 students, and the biggest class I've ever taught was it was supposed to be 35, and I rolled it up to 60, and there was still wait list. It was crazy.
Did you need a different classroom then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I moved to a bigger classroom, and I probably could have gone to the biggest classroom in class, and I mean it wasn't a big campus. Thank you. Yeah, it's a very, very popular class, and I actually miss teaching it quite a bit. Is it right after lunch? It's actually right before lunch, right? Your
It's
class?
right during lunch.
Right during lunch. Even better, even better. Yeah, we're mine in the evening now, so I can stream with you fine folks throughout the day. Yeah, I feel so bad. My program director, who I think wants to be my friend, keeps asking me to hang out and get coffee in the morning. You want to get some lunch together? And I keep saying, like, oh, I'm sorry. I do my other work then. So I'm inviting him out for dinner, hopefully. And he'll be willing to do that at some point. If you want to come along, that's, of course, great.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants me along.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Thanks.
Wait, I'm agreeing with you. You said, I'm
know.
not sure. And I said, I'm not sure also.
Yeah.
Should I not agree with you?
Yeah, I don't know. It feels bad, man, being told that maybe you're not that welcome after all.
No. I'm sure he'd love you to be there.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like he may be busy and with the little one.
Yeah, and I'm busy during the day with you fine folks, so it's yeah.
Yeah.
All right, last question. I'll move on.
Okay.
And go play some video games. Who is the toughest grader between us?
It's hard to say. I think in classroom affect, you seem harder.
Sure.
But I don't know.
Yeah.
I think we're both easier than some of our colleagues, probably.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not terribly interested in, like, forcing people to say exactly what I want or I fail them.
Or memorize lots of facts.
I had a grad student colleague who said he only felt good if a majority of his class failed.
That's terrible.
Yeah, he was on the dean's naughty list.
I was going to say, I hope they never got a job teaching.
They actually did. They're
great.
tenured now.
Oh, great.
Absolutely. Hey, GeoCats and M. Brady, good seeing y'all. What?
They probably know who you're talking about.
Oh, maybe so. Yeah. Hello, good seeing you all. Hope you're doing well back at home. Yeah, I don't think we're either terribly difficult graders. My end of semester average tends to be a C plus, B minus, and that's fine, whatever. Some students fail, some students get A's. It's what it is.
Yeah, I think for me it depends on what kind of course I'm teaching, but you know, I think I'm much more dialed in Latin in terms of where what I think is appropriate, because for a skills course, again, you also want them to have a certain set of skills by the end of the semester so that when they go to the next one, they are not terrible for the next teacher.
Yeah, but definitely in the classroom, especially with my native speakers, I'm perhaps a little bit, I push them harder than you do on what they mean, what they're saying, what exactly they should be saying in this moment, where I think you try very hard to be more affirming of. Yeah.
I made that face because I was trying to figure out whether some of your non-native speakers might think that is what would happen to them if they spoke too.
Yeah. So when they turn in their first participation self-evaluation, the non-native students often say, "Oh, I'm scared," or whatever, and I'll tell them directly. if you say anything, I will work with it. I will encourage you, etc. And that way, I explain to them that I respond differentially to students based on their background and the level of confidence they have in what they're saying. I think that the rabbits, the ones who are always like, yeah, let me talk, need to be knocked down. Because otherwise they get the sense that only they understand what's happening in the classroom and that they are perhaps even smarter than the professor, and that's just not a good way to have a classroom vibe. Yep. Any closing thoughts, closing topics?
Sing time.
Look at you violating copyright on my stream. You're gonna get this place shut down.
It's Dan Wilson. Everybody loves Dan Wilson.
I doubt your students know who Dan Wilson is.
No, they don't.
Getting old.
Maybe
getting
they
old.
know that song because they went to a bar once.
So Jim, who works as a therapist, says Noms is avoidant. This is true. Can you guess what I am?
Wait, how? Where did that come from? Oh, just from the that I didn't want to. Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm anxious attachment type for sure, and we've been told that anxious avoidant is one of the worst possible pairings of people because we don't actually resolve problems between us. I think in our early relationship we struggled at quite a bit.
Somebody wants to talk all the time, and somebody just needs to leave.
Yeah. So if we have like a moment of disconnection or conflict, I want to talk through it and fix it and make it good again. And Noms, I think you've said before, like would far prefer to just leave the room and not deal with it and let it pass and go back to normal on its own. And for me, if I don't talk about it, it can never go back to normal. I must fix it. Yeah, I think we got much better at that though. I think because you've really given a lot of ground there, and you try very hard to talk and think with me. And I also try not to let things become big deals for me. But look at that, communication and compromise. Look at us having a healthy relationship.
And now we are a Shonda Rhimes show.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh wait, are we a Shonda Rhimes show?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Why are we Shonda Rhimes?
Oh no, I just mean it's the sort of thing that might happen in like a Shonda Rhimes show.
I see. Plus
we have colorblind casting or race-blind casting. Yes.
That's right. Yeah, we occasionally forget that we're in a interracial pairing.
Yeah.
I mean, here's very common, especially the white man, Asian woman thing.
Yeah, they probably think that you're a GI.
That's right. I'm a soldier. I got my Japanese bride take care of the house.
Why is that soldier? We have students that are like vets, and they're not like that at all.
It's true. I don't know why I immediately throw on my look at me being an American macho.
Oh.
Terribly sorry. It was role playing. I picked a character. I leaned into it very hard.
You leaned into that guy from what is it? What's that fight? Street Fighter? The one that's got the
Guile?
Guile? Yeah.
Bum-ba-dum-ba-da, Guile's theme goes with everything. Absolutely. Sliver's good seeing you, my friend. How you doing today? Hooky, yeah, I think that's very, very kind, or very, very common to have that kind of pairing also. But yeah. Being all I can be, it's true. Yeah. I think like you said, we have a lot of different students who are vets, and many of them are just people, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some that are a little bit over the top macho man, but I think the one I had this semester, who we've called Dirty Jersey previously, has actually really settled down. After class one day, he and I had a conversation about like stereotypes people have about veterans or soldiers, about how they're like big dumbs and aren't able to form a coherent sentence. He's like, I think I often play into that a little bit, and he does definitely. And so since we had that conversation, he's chilled out and is talking about just normal stuff. And that's been cool.
My vets have been perfect since first day.
It must be because you're a better teacher than I am.
No, I just happen to have. I think some of the veteran students that we have, because they're in Japan, because they want to be in Japan, they're people who are into anime and manga and Japanese stuff.
100%.
So, it doesn't, regardless of where they all come from, they are here because they love the Japanese pop culture.
Yeah. I think that's something that if I were to, if we were to stay here long term, I would need to come to know more about manga and anime. Like, I probably don't want to spend a lot of time reading it or watching it, But yeah,
Mine know a lot about One Piece.
yeah,
A lot.
yeah. I mean, that's the series with more than 1,000 books in it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's like supposedly the best like manga in recent history.
Yeah.
Or ever.
Is it normal for veterans to accumulate in Japan? Yeah, so one of the largest American presences, one of the largest American presence, military-wise in the world, is at Okinawa.
Presents.
Yeah,
Like
present.
a gift?
Absolutely. Yeah, the gift that's the U.S. gives to Japan is being its military. It was a consequence of the Second World War, of course, and so a lot of people who come here for service then decide to want to stay because they like the culture, they like the experience, they like being here, they want to work on their Japanese some more, and so they stay around. Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Nair was just right. I did get Navy students, and you got Marine.
I have one Marine, or 2 Marines, 1 Navy right now.
Yeah. I might have 2 Navy. One of them I don't. It might be Army or Air Force and Navy.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I think it's Air Force and Navy is what I have.
American Asian couples can rear beautiful, brilliant youngins. I mean, we will never have children.
Yeah, but the colleague that we talked about earlier, that they're not American, but one is Asian and one is
Maltese.
That makes him sound like a dog.
Yeah, when we took over Malta in the CK3, I talked about him a little bit. I actually met a Maltese man. Noms teaches, she teaches 1 class a semester, but yeah, she's largely a creepy administrator, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, to better understand what the faculty are going through here and how the students operate in classes here, she decided to teach in solidarity with the common worker.
One of the faculty said that to me yesterday. They said, "Yeah, it's good because now you're seeing what we see, what we go through, or something like that."
Yeah, that said, as I've said repeatedly, I hope this is a 1 semester thing because you've been very, very busy with it.
Yeah, I mean, first time prep is always super.
Sure, but I think the grading will always take time.
Yeah, the Maltese was right about that. That maybe that was a little bit much. But
Sure.
I think it's been important for me. I think it's important to have that interaction with the student.
Yeah.
That private messaging channel.
Isn't a Malteser a candy?
Yeah.
I've never
It's
had
from
one.
England.
Is it? Okay, yeah. I wonder if that's named after Malta. I assume it is,
Could be.
but
I think they're like what are they in English or in American? Whoppers.
Oh,
I think they're like Whoppers.
The chocolate coated like
Malted milk ball.
Yeah,
this
that's
is
what-
might
right.
be, but they're called Maltesers.
I had no idea. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so wait, does malted milk ball come from Malta?
I don't know.
No, it can't
that comes
be. It
from
can't be.
Malt.
Ah, does malt come from Malta? Is Mad Dog 2020 the malt liquor from Malta?
Why don't you ask your colleague that?
I'll definitely do that. All right, very good.
I mean, I'm reading Blue Link's thing about One Piece.
I mean, you have the you have the copy of the first.
I honestly I need to go buy one of those like magnification sheets that all the Japanese carry.
We're getting old. We're getting old.
Yeah. I mean, I also I'm getting farsighted.
Yeah, you gotta get glasses here.
Nah.
You gotta get glasses.
I actually have to schedule my annual required checkup. I haven't done that yet either.
This is the advantage of not being a full-time employee anywhere in Japan. I don't have to have the mandatory health checkup. Now, I'm sure some of you are typing, Resorty, take care of your health. We need you. Yeah. One of these days I'll go to a doctor, I swear. But yeah, Nams has to go to a yearly checkup at a hospital.
Which is just like a mile from here, so it's really not that far.
Yeah, but they have to like poke at you in various ways, and you have to follow this process of like putting on a gown, and it's all in Japanese, and I would get so like confused.
You can go to the English-speaking doctor.
Okay.
It's just farther away.
I thought the English-speaking doctor had Japanese until you get to the doctor.
Honestly, I don't know because I think
you look like Japanese people.
Yeah, so they just talk to me in Japanese the whole time because you look like Japanese people.
You do look like Japanese people. I think when people see you, they assume that you are fluent in Japanese and that you are ethnically Japanese. And I think both these are true. So
yeah, I mean, I think there's something weird, I think, for them about me, but
yeah. Is it a cultural thing, or is it? It's actually legally required. Yeah, part of the National Health Service is if you're Yeah, if you're employed full time, you go to the hospital once a year.
That's great. It's preventative medicine.
Exactly right. Yeah, this kind of checkup is required.
Yeah, I just hate that it like blocks out my time.
Right, because Noms has enough time to do teaching, but not to go to the doctor once.
Oh.
Yeah, but I've been managed to miss that so far in our time here. No streamer's gonna make me go do. My boss is not gonna make me go to the hospital. Yeah, I want to go to the psychiatrist though. He does a little medical checkup sometimes. They at least do my blood pressure and such. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's nice.
And they don't make any comments though on what they see, which surprises me because definitely when it comes to like the Japanese sense of body types, I am radically obese.
I was gonna say their chart. You're probably off of their charts, so they have nothing they could tell you. They're like, this size of human does not exist.
Exactly right.
You're not in their binder.
Yeah. In the U.S., I'm in the overweight category by a little bit, but in the Japanese system, I am profoundly obese. So, yeah.
You have to special order your shirts.
I'm afraid so. They don't have a binder on a wall
Exactly.
check. Yeah, they don't have that particular binder to say, what is the correct answer here? Yeah, but that's how it goes.
They should have a binder for Americans.
Possibly so. Yeah. All right, it is time to say goodbye.
Yeah.
Thank you for hanging out today. It was a nice time chatting with you, and I had a good time. I believe our friends in chat did too. And
I did too.
That's very nice. Thank you for saying words.
Words of affirmation.
Words of affirmation. I appreciate those immensely. We've talked about before. Yeah, everyone say goodbye to you now, and thank you. I hope your work goes well today. I hope you have a nice time. You're going for a run today, right?
I'm gonna grade, and then I'm gonna go for a run, but it's already 10:30.
It's already 10:30. All right, off you go.
Bye.
Be seeing you. Hello, friends. It's just the two of us now. Just you and me. Just the two of us, castles in the sky? Building castles in the sky. I mean, I know shine like a diamond in the sky.
Just the two of us.
Oh, yeah.
Will Smith?
Will Smith?
Will Smith.
Wait, really? Just the two of us, a Will Smith song? No.
Maybe he did a cover of it?
No.
Yeah, he did a cover of it with his son.
I see. That's
Somebody
sweet.
can Google it.
Yeah. Wait, really? That's Will Smith originally? I know I've heard it on like the adult contemporary radio, and I assumed it was something else. Oh, who knows?
It was during his like singles phase, right?
Castle in the Sky is also a song in Les Mis. Oh, that's a castle in a cloud. There is a castle in a cloud.
It's in the cloud. Dang.
Isn't it?
I think it's on.
On a cloud, yeah. I like to go there in my sleep.
Islands in the Stream.
There is no fighting all around, not in my castle on a cloud.
Castle in the Sky does sound like a Ghibli movie.
We'll move on from that.
Just the two of us was Bill Withers. There you go.
There
Bill
you go.
Withers, and then it was covered by Will Smith.
Very good.
That makes
Let's just move on from this. All right, very good.
Oh, I was gonna comment on Islands in the Stream.
If you want to come back and talk more,
that
you
was
can.
Dolly and Kenny Rogers.
There you go. Nams, I don't need to make requests of you, but is it possible to get a warm drink? Like a tea would be wonderful. Or if you want to stand here and chit chat, I can go get.
I can go get. You want a tea?
I mean, the problem is I'm out of my instant coffee.
Oh no!
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make me a fancy coffee, you're welcome to, but.
The coffee's so tiny.
Whatever you want to do is cool.
Okay,
Thank you so much, Nams. I really appreciate it. You're glad you're here for that? Thank you, Rukapi. I will surely do some future singing, no doubt. All right, friends, it's time for us to play a game of Rimworld. It is time to pivot hard and stop talking about this and that and talking only exclusively about the video games. If you were here last week, you will know it was an absolute disaster. It was... We tried to start 2 playthroughs and neither went anywhere. The first one didn't go anywhere because I misplanned. I thought that 5 fairly decently equipped colonists could go take on an Imperial base, and they couldn't. And then the second one, I decided to start a Naked Brutality run, and we were on one character with no medicine, and he got the plague, and that was just the end of that. It went just great. I mean, it was fun. I really enjoyed myself. It was neat to deal with some challenges, but we're starting fresh yet again. So... It's fine, no worries at all. So I wanted to do things a little bit differently today. I'm intending to still do a raider-based playthrough because we've never done that before. I do not know how it should go. Yeah, I think it's finally time for the long-awaited, much-promised Bad Guy Resorty playthrough. And I don't know exactly the contours of that. I'm not quite sure what we're going to do, but I'm intending to start a crash-landed playthrough with 3 characters, probably of different genetic backgrounds, who are going to be focused on raiding and supremacy and exporting their particular brand of ideologian and strife and struggle to everyone nearby. So we're not going to immediately go and do raiding, but as different pop-ups come up about like, here's a logging camp, or here's a farm, we will go attack them. And I don't know what they're like. I'm not sure if we'll be able to fight them right away or if it'll take some time to get us to that, but I'd love to find out. So that is today's playthrough. Now, the reason I was not fully dressed when stream started today is because I was working on putting together the ideologian and all the rest for this playthrough. And I didn't get it done, so we gotta hang out and do this together. I already picked a tile on which to play this time. I already picked a tropical rainforest tile, which is on both a river as well as a road, and I intend for us to set up a toll booth. And I'm not sure that anybody will use the toll booth at all, but I like to imagine my little raiders want to exploit people through use taxes. All right, so I was working on names for Ideologian, and so the name for Ideologian is the Club. Adjective is clubbery. Member is the clubber. And where do we go to celebrate the club group? It is the club. I couldn't find a club-looking icon here, so we're going with the fist. That should be just great. And I went with gray. I don't quite know why gray, but it seemed right to me. Now, one thought I was having is, if we're going to be the club, should we go melee only this playthrough? And it might be really fun if we can get there, but I do worry that in the short term it might go kind of poorly. So I don't know. We'll at least have like melee as being a central portion of this thing. You should do it. We should do it. As long as I don't make really stupid decisions, melee only would be all right. I know it can be done. I know it can be done at the hard levels of the game. I've seen other streamers do it. I don't know if I'm good enough to do it. If we do it, though, we have to be kind of cheesy on getting people into closer range, but I think it might get quite tough. So I think I'm going to say let's focus on melee, but not do melee only, because as the game goes along, I'll probably fall off and not quite know what to do. All right, very good. As long as you get shield belts, it should be fine. So I think with smaller groups of enemies, that is true. It is true that the shield belts will hold out against gunfire, but once you get big groups, the shield belts break fairly quickly, and then it's an absolute disaster. All right, what is the story of the club and their club? Our narrative is club. Very good. Very good. All right. Our deities, we're going to randomize them. Too many. I want just one ideally. You always have to have 2 deities? Yeah, 2 deities required. I wonder why. So deity number 1, it's going to be club. Deity title, creator of clubs. Very good. And then the second one will be, I don't know, Bruise, and he is the gifter of bruises. Let's change it to a bruiser instead. Glorious. All right, so we are doing raiding. We don't like common laborers. We take from the weak as the strong should. Failing to do so is a mark of shame. So every 25 days, we're supposed to go ahead and go on a raid. Raiding someone, raiding bandit camps, raiding work sites. I don't quite know what raiding means. I mean, I know what it means in the real world, but in the game, I'm not sure. I'm guessing it's different than just attacking an outpost, but we'll figure out eventually. Execution is required. Prisoners must be executed on a regular basis. When they are, it's a happy occasion. Love it. We don't believe in organ harvesting. Why not? Acceptable, for sure. I'm probably not going to do the take everyone's organs to sell. That seems a little bit too intelligent for the club. Cannibalism's bad, MK. Corpses don't care. Fine. Diversity of thought. We are bigots, thank you. Physical love. Spouses only. Let's be mild about that. Marriage name. We'll keep it random. We could do scars are good. Oh, in fact, they need to have pain as a virtue. All right, we might add scars in once the ideology develops a little bit. It should be good. Skull spikes. Sure, a skull and a spike symbolizes authority. Love it. Slavery's good, MK. Everything's fine. All right, the leader of the pack will be the club captain, clubber in chief. I think that's good. All right, very good. And same thing for female. And ideally for required apparel, I wish I could say must be using a club. Unfortunately, only hats are allowed, so nothing required there. The king of clubs. All right, you win. You win. That's definitely better. King of clubs is perfect. Too funny of a joke to pass by. Unfortunately, tab does not work to move between box here. So, King of Blubs. Perfect. I mean, King of Flubs would be a better joke for mistyping. Did I pluralize that? Sorry. Okay. And then the moral guide. What is the person who brings the good news of clubs called? Oh, King of Clubs and Queen of Clubs. You're absolutely right, Scaredy Bob. There actually is a gender-specific term for that, isn't there? All right, so Bringer of Clubs, Club Chaplain. Like, Club Chaplain's a possibility. I don't want to do all card names. I have a variety to the humor. So, yeah, we'll do the Club Chaplain. Mary Chaplain... Never mind. Mary Chaplain... Clubberer? There's a country singer, something. We'll see. So Queen of Clubs instead. Is it Chaplain? Wait, did I misspell? Chaplain. Oh, I did indeed. Thank you for noticing that. Alright. And the melee specialist is the Clubberer. Shooting. Shotizer. This would be the shameful stick shooter. Perfect. Funeral. Requiem for a club. The Club of Water Buffaloes. I love it. Maybe we'll make the water buffalo our spirit animal this time. I don't know. What animal is most clubby? Yeah, maybe none of them. The Chicago Clubs. Love y'all so much. What's this again? What am I thinking about? This is the funeral. The clubbering. Fine. Social festival. Let's see. I like club already. I already used that. So party for our people is club revolution. Perfect. Fight Club. So I think there's a violence ritual you can get once you have scarification. I want to say Fight Club for that if possible. Actually, it's here. No, it's a duel. Fight Club will definitely be for the duel, I promise. What's the most club-based date? It's an idiotic question. I have no idea. Anytime. Let's pick a random date. So, you and you. Okay, fine. The Ides of Club, my goodness. Right, here's the duel. This one's definitely Fight Club. Oh, Dance Club. That's pretty good, actually. I like Club Revolution for obvious reasons. Are we pews, kneel pillows, or sheets? I think it would be pillows. That's fine. What's our building? I don't know. The Club Hub. Perfect. And then, do we want a little relic over here? Little item? No, that's fine, those two. Lastly, the relics. These are all incorrect kind of weapons for relics, so we'll have some big old hammer thing. Go for a Zeus hammer. Or we just pick like some really boring club we'll never actually use. The Life Core Relic. Huh. No, that doesn't work. The Prime Club. The Club of the Gods themselves. I think like the relics are also the really overpowered items, so you're definitely like excited to get them. Where I never quite make them that way. This is a club cup, a cup of clubs instead. Great. And weapons, melee, ranged. Noble, melee, ranged, despised. I mean, I think that is what I want. Why is alcohol the why is alcohol the indication for this? I don't want to punish the ranged people too much. Yeah, let's not then. You can't use beer bottles as weapons. Oh, that's right. Okay, that makes sense. All right, you don't need to see especially clubby animals. The Mega Sloth. The Mega Sloth. All right, past that, whatever's fine. Let's get to it. All right, we now get to choose some characters. This character is absolutely like a reasonable person. Good cooking, good crafting. Kind of painful arm. No pain in the leg. The Bear Clubs. You're an absolute genius. Bear Club is much better than anything else. Because Bear Club, like what their babies are. Awesome, thank you. Rothway, I appreciate it. Rothway, probably. On we go. No, they stole my beautiful character. This is not my beautiful character. No violence allowed seems inappropriate for our starting gang here. So, a wimp. No, we're not going to do wimps, unfortunately. All right, let's begin doing some randomizing. And I want to have one of them be a Neanderthal, definitely. Bad at shooting, they say. 75 years old, no. No. Possibly. Pessimistic, fast learner, slightly deaf. Yeah, I mean, this character actually seems incredibly good for someone who is doing the melee thing. Kind of early days, but they'll catch up quickly. Yeah, this seems like a really nice character to have. Pessimistic is kind of annoying. No real injuries. Yeah, awesome. All right, so Pepper Mga, thank you for the generous resubscription earlier. Let's go ahead and put you in the game as our number one character. This one's name is Smarty. I kind of like that as an ironic name. All right. Should we just do all Neanderthals? All big dum-dums? Oh, check his wife. Yeah, Pepper's wife is Naoko Lucero. No violence. Pepper does the violence so that the evangelist doesn't have to do so. This is very sweet, but for a Raider playthrough, I don't know. I mean, I guess that Naoko here could stay at home and, like, tend to everything while Pepper grunts and goes around the world. All right, Pepper, we'll bring your lovely bride along. And, Legally Murky, you didn't use your real name for the, tip earlier, but Murky, you will be that character for all of time. That's great. Now do at home, can't defend, can't research. Yeah, but they'll tend to plants and chat with, you're not very good. That's okay though. We'll make it work. And then lastly, what do we still need badly? Like doctoring, possibly intellectual, and definitely cooking. All right, this is randomized on Neanderthal for a bit. Already pregnant. Wow. Just reroll Pepper's wife. So if we reroll Pepper's wife, then Pepper's wife stops being Pepper's wife. Noms, thank you so much for the coffee.
This will cost you 1,200 yen.
1,200 yen?
It's hand drip. It's 2 mugs of hand drip.
2 mugs?
Well, it's the equivalent of 2
Oh,
mugs.
Noms. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Okay.
You're welcome.
If I do things for you later, let me know. The exact change. So, Noms, you know that bucket out there of change?
Yeah.
Take what you need out of there.
Okay, thank you.
So every single time that we've ever gotten a 500 yen piece, we've put it in a bucket out front, and we're collecting the 500 yen pieces just because they look different. They're bright gold. I love them immensely. This is Pepper's son. You're absolutely right. I actually do have Pair Carefully installed. I was not planning to use it. Let's go ahead and modify these 3 characters to be Pepper's family. That'd be a lot of fun. Let's definitely do that. All right. So usually I would save this last character's name for someone who is subbing or tipping or whatever. We've had a good time so far. So let's go ahead and do a quick giveaway. So let me set up a giveaway real quick. All right. Connecting to chat. Uh-oh. Is my giveaway machine not going to work today? Is it working? All right. Type literally anything in chat, any noises, any words, and you'll be put into... Wait, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, it's good, yeah. Anything in chat at all, and we'll go ahead and figure it out. Give it just a minute or two. Yeah, thank you, kid, for literally everything. We'll draw just a minute here. Oh, is actually Pepper's father? Oh, you're right. This is Pepper's dad, age 27. Pepper is age 22. That's weird. That's weird. I know we use Pair Carefully to fix it a little bit. Oh, you know what? The other thing we could do is just use Pair Carefully to force better people into Pepper's life. we can make them have relationships in Pair Carefully too. All right, Pepper, you can't talk in chat. You can't talk in chat, Pepper, because now I'm gonna draw you. All right, we're gonna do another 10 seconds, 9, 8, etc., and then we'll do our drawing and see what we got there. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate so many of you being excited to maybe be in the game. 2, 1. Here we go. The winner is Abernathy. Abernathy, congratulations on your selection this time. Is it Abernathy or Abernathy? Should I be saying it Nathy? I don't know. Whichever way, you're in to this playthrough. And we'll take good care of you. No one's going to die. Everything's great. Cool. All right, so a Neanderthal family ideally. Now, unfortunately, I can't change Murky and Pair Carefully. There's no way to do that at all. So, unfortunate. But we'll go there now and then make sure we have like halfway decent characters. So, Pepper is just Pepper. I'm considering taking away Fast Learner. Yeah, it seems incompatible with this playthrough. We'll get rid of that. I like Pepper's hair so much. That's absolutely wonderful. And then Murky here, you are, I mean, non-violence annoying, but it'll be fun. No intellectual, also annoying. It'll be a good time. Yeah, I must leave you as you are also. You don't like the hair, Pepper? All right, Pepper, do you want no hair at all? I can do no hair at all for you because I know that's what you prefer. There you go, Pepper. There's like this line there between your face and your hair. But there you go. Fighting, thank you much for your generous resubscription. You'll be the first person in the game once we get a new character. And then I need to modify this character. So, trigger happy, tough, nervous. Trigger happy on a character who does melee delights me so much. So we're going to keep that. And, okay, so what's missing this team right now? So construction's covered, growing is covered, cooking is covered. I mean, it's kind of the big ones you need to get started, right? It's kind of what you need to get started, and then we'll figure out the other stuff later. So it'll be a big dum-dum colony for a while. No crafting either. I'm going to put a couple points in crafting on this character, just so we have something functional. And no passion for it, though. This will be good. All right. I think that was the only change I wanted to make. Oh, Abernathy is an ex-wife. Should make the ex-wife Pepper's mother. I think that'd be fun. So, parent is, what was your name again? Izelle. Cool. They're 18 years in terms of actual living experience. There you go. So his mom, his dad. It's the story of Pepper. Let's go, let's go. Unless I want any different equipment. Gotta husky our first animal. Now, we'll just do the standard starting items, then build our way into good raiding fun. Chicken Barber, thanks for the follow. I do appreciate it. You married your mom? Wait, did I? No. No, you're fine. It's Pepper's mom and Abernathy's ex-wife. You're good. I think. Yeah, you're absolutely fine. Ex-wife married to Pepper's mom, not Abernathy's mom. Let's do it. Here we go. Welcome to a brand new playthrough. Surely this playthrough will take months and years of our time, as we'll come back once a week and play it and learn to raid. Learn to be bad guy playthrough. Stuff I've really never done before. All right, here's the standard story. I will read it this time. The three of us awake. In our trip to sleep sarcophagi to the sound of sirens, wee-oo, and ripping metal. I barely get to the escape pods. Pew, 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 the ship is torn apart. Sometime later, 2 hours later, we land on the unknown Rimworld. As pieces of the starship fall around us, thump, 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 we make plans, how about 5 o'clock, to survive. Ta-da! What difficulty is this? I believe this one is... I just pulled it up. I set up that part before stream started, so I don't quite remember what I picked. I think we said Randy Random. And... Where is it? They changed it? Yeah, there is. Story settings. Yeah, Randy Random, Blood and Dust. Consider doing losing is fun this time, but I am a little bit of a coward. So Blood and Dust all the way. Good fun, good fun. Danny O, thank you also with the generous Prime sub. I appreciate it a bunch. And new play through Same Child Slaving. I don't know if we're going to be slavers. I don't know. I think it's actually part of our ideology to be slavers, but I've never really done that, so I'll have to learn. And Rucappy, thank you so much for 3.5 years of subbing in total. Yeah, you've been one of the people who have encouraged our Rimworld since the beginning, and it's crazy to me how long ago that was. All right, team, so here we land. Let's take a quick tour of our little world here, and then see what's going on. Yeah, the reason I picked this tile is because it has the road, and it has the river. And like I said, I intend to set up a toll booth. And to have a functional toll booth, I'm considering making a giant wall all the way across the river on both sides, so that if people want to come through, they have to come through the toll booth. We could also use that toll booth as a defensive area. And I've never done that kind of defensive area before. I have no idea how it would work. So I am thinking about building the base right along the road and having a river run through the middle of the base. And I think it'll be a lot of fun. And it's totally different than how I usually play. Because usually, as you know, we stick ourselves into a spot like this and just try to survive. This is not a mountainous map. Instead, this is a map where there's a lot of open space. And that should be fun for us for sure. Can we see the ancient danger as we get started? Possibly not. Wait, really? No? Huh. Actually, on a non-mountainous base like this, it's usually very, very easy to see the ancient danger. So, that's exciting. I'm sure we'll learn at some point. All right, for the first few days, though, we'll just get set up nearby. What are the affordances of this territory? Yep, pretty wet up there. At some point, we'll definitely have moisture pumps and remove that. And remove this also, so we can build nicely around it. But like I said, for the start, I'll probably just build right nearby and we'll be okay. Though I did see there's some fertile soil up north, isn't there? Maybe not, actually. Over here's quite a bit. Some here also. Okay, we'll just set up in this area right now and then gradually make our toll booth as a fun goal for this playthrough. All right, cool. Stone blocks, stone blocks, stone blocks. There's something to take apart down here. There appears to be no ruins right near where we're starting. That's fine. We'll make it work. I'm the product of a long ago Rimworld where there were no ruins. You had to get everything on your own from the beginning. So we'll just throw our stuff along the wall here to get started, and we'll throw down a couple of sleeping spots just for the first night. Probably not going to get a building up between now and then. Stockpile is first. And yeah, so let's start hauling things in. Let's set up the work queue real quick. Everyone firefights. Everyone does basic work. We have a fine constructor and Pepper. We're going to have Murky be our #1 cleaner and hauler. And our cook is Pepper's father, Abernathy. And I think that'll be just fine for now. We need to get growing going also, and so that will be the work of Murky after the cleaning is done, and plant cutting also. Do we have berries here? We do. So if food gets a little dicey, we can grab that. Hello to the elephants. And in the tropical rainforest, there's a good possibility of some predators. So are there predators afoot? Yes, 2 cobras already, and a panther also. More concerned about the panther, of course. It's fairly far away. We should be good. Shrulad, thanks for the follow. Welcome in for sure. Shay, yep, no mods at all. I was considering using the mod that shows you colors of people's moods, but we'll be okay. All right, let's get right to work on chopping down some trees in this area. Just have some wood for making our stockpile room and maybe our barracks also. Who knows? I always have this question of how much can we get done on the first day, and it's never as much as I wish we could. But we'll see. The Great Unpausing has begun. We should probably get some weapons equipped. So the club does not have any clubs currently. And we don't really have any shooters either. Pepper is -4. Abernathy is -4 also. Cool. So the better meleeer is Pepper, I believe. Pepper has the possibility of being the better meleeer. So Abernathy, for now, you grab that knife. And for now... Hey, Suki. Reminds me of Chipped Home Map. It's true. This is very, very similar to the YouTube playthrough. Suki, it's great seeing you, sincerely. And yeah, I've kind of fallen behind on our Chips Challenge playthrough, but I swear more is coming someday. And yeah, clubs do count as being fine. Or maces count as clubs also, for our purposes. So let's go ahead and just take this out of wood for right now. And we'll get 2 maces, or I guess 1 mace that goes along with the pokey knife. So Abernathy gets pokey knife. And Abernathy's also our crafter. We need to get wood first, though. Okay, cool. And yeah, we got a husky. The husky's name is currently Baldwin. In lieu of, or in consequence of Baldwin's legal trouble, we need to change his name at once. So friends, what do you think? Let's actually do a quick drawing for this as well. Whoever wins this drawing, we're going to go ahead and, yeah, we're going to go ahead and let them pick the name for the husky. So please type anything in chat, and then in about 30 seconds, we'll go ahead and pick someone to name this animal for us, and that will be good. Hunter likes range weapons. It's true, it's true, it's true. It's true. For now, we don't need a hunter at all. Trees are getting cut. Great. Plenty of wood is already showing up. Abernathy's making that club. Fantastic. We'd like to go ahead and not allow raw resources here. Get those moved over in a little bit. Standard start feels so good. Feels so good. About a minute more, and then we'll do a drawing for who gets to win big. Going to put a wall there. So on the north side, we'll also put a stockpile zone for our items that can do okay outside. Here comes the drawing. The winner of the husky name is Akal. Akal, what do you want to call? Get it? What do you want to call our husky? Any name you want to. If you want to call it your own name, that's fine. Other names are fine as well. Just pick a name. You want to call it Oh No? You want to call it Oh No? That's a weird name for a dog. This is nothing but the raw resources of steel, plasteel, and wood. I call this as usual the outdoor slot. This will be, for now, main stockpile. Name's over here. Name it Silent, I could definitely do that. Back in the day, I refused to let chatters name things against, in name of one another. They have to use their own name or a random name, but we like Silent, and so Silent gets to be the dog. We'll take very good care of Silent. I promise. I promise. Okay, club number 1 has been made. It is just a wood club, so there's no quality. Pepper gets a club. Great. And then with trees being chopped down, we're going to throw a whole bunch of walls up around here. I don't know my crafting spot there. Maybe this will be just fine. The diagonal counts a wall. All right. Lots of stuff being moved around. Fantastic. More trees being chopped. Also awesome. Got to get a door in place as well. I'm trying to think right now of what we should do with the Empire. Is this a playthrough where we want to be friends with the Empire? Is this a playthrough where we're interested in being hostile to them right away? Or should we just be neutral with them? Should we make one of our characters the king of the base? I think we have a character who might be psychically sensitive. Is that true? Sadly deaf. Sorry, Pepper. No, we don't have a psychically sensitive person. And Pepper's being psychically deaf would not be good for using superpowers, unfortunately. Oh no, I made the wall of steel. Whoops. Sorry, Pepper. Sorry to waste your time, my friend. Let's instead do the wood. The wood. Pepper, we're going to give you the black vest as well. Murky is still chopping. Cool. So, we want to get additional room up here as well. With that, I'll need to move the crafting spot. That's okay. What a nice little room. I'll move the door over as well. And I'd love to have a place for them to have some play, and a place for them to have a table to eat. I'll do the standard picnic table routine, which I always enjoy so much, throwing it outside for everyone to enjoy. This is a crash-landed start, so we don't need to think about tribal concerns all that much, but picnic tables are fun. Alright, so Murky's work queue may be off. Yeah, so Murky's supposed to do the hauling also. I want to move plant cutting and growing down to 3, so that they'll focus on getting the food in first. No point in building a stockpile if it's just going to be sitting outside like so. And then, as I said, we also need some recreation, some fun time to get started. And I'll put it out by the picnic table, and then put a campfire out there maybe. We can imagine we're in some fine, I don't know, some fine park somewhere. Cooking up our brats and such. I want to remove the trees in this area as well, just to stop our movement. And then we get researching done pretty soon also. It's currently noon. It's high noon right now. If we keep cutting down the trees, I do kind of sort of wonder if we can get both these rooms up in time. And actually some beds as well. And if we really focus on it, of course we can. But make Pepper work and work and work. 15C winter, yeah, we are in tropical rainforest, absolutely. I'm ready to deal with the diseases this time, because we have actual factual medicine. But, should be fun. Sadly, there aren't any caves. We do a thieves' den. It's true. A thieves' den would be really fun in a cave, but I'm entirely focused on making the tollway. Having our little raiders take over things. And I hope Pepper and Murky are happy with each other. They are. They're in love. Pregnancy approach. I'm sorry. So I've actually never played a family since we've had the pregnancy possibility. This is a ridiculous way of indicating this. We could try for a babby. We could avoid babbies. Or we can have a normal babby chance. Right now we probably don't want kids. Sorry, Pepper Murky. No happy family for you quite yet. I'll invite Abernathy, since they're not really doing anything quite yet, to help with cutting down trees. Look at all this recreation time. Bunch of lazies. Oh, good call, they're not sleeping together. Yeah, we should have a shared spot for them. Or we can go and make a some beds. There's plenty of wood here, no worries. So let's do that. No grandchildren? I mean, eventually grandchildren. Just no more mouths to feed quite yet. The raiders understand they need to get their base up before engaging in pleasantries and the attempt to produce children. I mean, actually, they're Neanderthals. I'm not sure they know anything other than Club Smash. Good old Club Smash. Okay, I'm going to speed up the game now, seeing that there's lots of work to do and it's all getting done. Good job, Pepper. Good job. Put down that horseshoe pin. A bunch more trees cut down. We'll want to get some food planted soon. Earlier today on the Rimworld subreddit, there's a very, very funny set of discussions by players who talk about how they get so excited about laying out their entire base, they forget about feeding people. And so spend the first hour of the game paused with the planning tool, drawing every room they want and thinking about roads and all the rest. And then when they actually start playing the game, they completely forget everything else. I'm very glad. Oh, puppy dog's eating our food. Okay. Because there's wildlife here, we can fairly easily find food for Silent the dog. So Silent the dog, I'm sorry to say, you're going to be excluded immediately. So we're going to make a little dog zone that does not allow this. And you're not allowed to come into the family home either. Dogs are dirty. No pets allowed. Which will limit the hauling possibilities, but that's okay. So time to deal with zones. And we're going to rename this one to... I don't know. What was a joke about Silent? Silent Night's the obvious one. Puppy, dog... Usually like bad Silent. That's perfect. Bad Silent. No go. We flip that zone then and put Silent into that zone. Excellent. And so Silent immediately stops eating and is now on the way to starving. So are there... But hollows in. No Silent. Bad dog. Bad dog. Oh, Silent, no. My food. Oh, you took one. I pushed consume, not haul. Whoops. Whoops. Alright, all in a bit. Alright, so we can go pick some berries for the dog. There's quite a few berries there. Or we want to find a place to hunt a fairly easy animal. I'm not really seeing anyone close by. We could have Pepper fight an emu. Would that be perfect? Okay, the chinchilla. Definitely the first animal to be fought in many a playthrough, including the YouTube one. That'll be lovely. So Pepper, it's time for you to go hit something in the head. And this is just for the greater glory of our puppy dog. So in the corner here, we'll put a little puppy dog feast area. Call it the, what's that called? Dog food dish. Dog dish it is. And it will allow, for now, just unrotten corpses of only the aminals. Awesome. Awesome. Pepper, here we go. Gotta do it, do it, do it. Oh, the rat, actually. Rat's perhaps better. So, I keep pushing the B key, which is the attack with ranged weapons. Not right now. Instead, it's H for bash. Ho ho! What'd you do, Pepper? Beat the rat in the body, leaving a horrific wound. Wow, you're a monster, Pepper. So Pepper Unga now has 6 in melee, more than halfway to level 7. Cool. Abernathy, on the other hand, is 10 there, more than halfway to 11. Cool. Oh, cool. And so, for right now, that food is fully for the dog. And I know we want to go to sleep, Pepper, but wouldn't it be nice to instead just finish this room? Oh, they don't want to sleep together, do they? Murky, I'm going to need you to join that bed. And then Abernathy, find your own bed, thank you. Oh, even with finishing this wall, we have to do the roof also. So maybe sleeping outside tonight's not the worst thing ever. Okay. Good start, Pepper. Good start. All right. So we need to give the little puppy a place to sleep. I think leaving the puppy next to the food pile seems good. Our animal is motivated primarily by eating, so you can sleep right there. Can I assign that to you? No. Oh, you can. Sure. Awesome. The slag is hanging out here still. Flak pants for Pepper also. Gotta keep Pepper alive, so Pepper gets all the armor. In the morning, you can equip that one. Taking off your current pants. I think armor might be warm, though, so if we get some heat wave fun, it might be a little bit of an issue. Okay. We're not playing tribal, so we do have access to technology right away. No batteries, though, of course. We'll have to get researching going on that before too terribly long. All these little stumps need to be chopped out also. I'm still not sure how I feel about the decision to add stumps to the game. Like, on the one hand, it does add with the quote-unquote realism. On the other hand, though, it's just a little annoyance to have to dig them up after you've already removed the majority of the wood. How do you all feel about that? Those of you who play Rimworld, do you like the inclusion of stumps, or is it a headache? Especially because they decay on their own if you don't do anything with them. It feels like it adds a new bit of worry and concern that wasn't there previously. Are they ugly, I wonder? No, the stumps themselves are neutral. Cool. You can just ignore them? Yeah. I think I ignore them because I forget they're in the game often. Yeah. I guess we should get planting some food pretty soon. We said there's a big patch of friendly grass down there. Yeah, it's farther away I'd like to do. So let's just throw it closer to the base. And we're not going to starve. We found a stump through where they cut down a tree and remove the stump both. That makes a ton of sense. Yeah, I get that. Instead of having to do the 2 bits of micro for it. Totally makes sense. Okay, let's put it along the road here. No reason not to. So we'll have a little field of good old rice. A little field of corn or something. I don't believe we have sufficient ability for heal root right now. We'll do cotton. Cool. So you are Rice the Rice. Hey, Atroxia, how's it going? You love this game? I love this game too. And it's always great seeing people come by who are Rimworld fans, especially on the first day of the playthrough. It's a lot of fun every time. And then cotton also. And our best growing currently is the 5. The 5. We'll get there eventually. All right. Got a home. Got a room. Very good. And so indoors with a bonus stump. Might go ahead and put out some flooring possibly. Need recreation variety. All right, Pepper, go do this real quick, please. Not tell you how to live your life, but you know. And then I'm going to have Murky change over to growing job 1 instead of plant cutting job 1, which they actually may already be on. Yep, growing comes before plant cutting. Growing is 3, plant cutting is 3, so that'll be totally fine. Awesome. This emu around the base I know won't attack us, but anytime I see animals moving close to the base, I do get a bit worried. Oh, you know what? If we cut down these berries, we'll have food we can use for training the dog. So who is our animal handler? It's Pepper! Pepper, the Neanderthal! Does best with taking care of animals. Cool. Yeah, I'm not planning to have a tremendous amount of animals in this playthrough. Seems inappropriate for our raiders, but a dog seems good, for sure, for sure. I love that the elephants are hanging out by the watering hole. Hopefully they stay there long term. Keeping an eye on those. Good luck, Pepper. Your first ever major construction job. Normal, 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 normal. Good and normal. Fine work, Pepper. We're very proud of you. So we'll go ahead and pick these berries on both sides. And then hopefully Pepper will be able to begin tending to the dog. Okay, let's start thinking of the long-term situation of this base. Like I said, I am planning to build a Why is this tree so red? Is that the only tree of that color on this map? No, there are a few of them. It just really stands out, doesn't it? That's a beautiful color amidst the rest. Yeah, were we playing a nice guy playthrough, I can imagine when it's set up by the lake here with our tree, and the tree gets burned down, the playthrough's over. What's the quality of the beds? That's a good call. I didn't look. Good quality and normal quality. Pepper, what's your skill in construction again? It's only an 8, so I'm surprised we're knocking out the goods already. That's cool though. I will go ahead and throw in some wood flooring as well, just for the moment. Into our bedroom especially. Okay, so research room, so we can get batteries. Power production going will be good as well. The growing has not begun. Okay, having our grow on hauling is also making it difficult to get all the growing done. Growing's a full-time job, blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to put Abernathy on hauling instead. You will not do any hauling. What is wrong with you? It's very annoying. So I believe all of the precious items have been taken inside. Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and take Abernathy, or take Murky off of hauling for now to get the growing started. One last bit of steel. Cool. All right. We could set up an ACE unit already directly to a wind turbine, but let's not do that. So like I was saying, let's think a bit about how we want the base to be set up. I want to have the base close to here. So with the farm in the middle, we could set up on both sides of the road. That could be really, really cool. Hey, American Hunter, welcome back, my friend. Hope it's a good day for you. And then we'll set up on both sides of the road. The only awkward thing about that then is walking from side to side as the day goes by. Usually I'd go long here, or maybe curl over this direction. So this here is marshy soil, so not nice. I'm thinking of having the bedrooms and such on one side, along with the eating area. So we cook and eat right by the farm. And on the other side, we'll be able to have our crafting areas, perhaps. How much do we want to raid? I believe raiding is required in this family. And so if we do not do that, we'll have some troubles. Yep, raiding, sorry, only respected. Only respected. So the malice gets down to -6. Not the end of the world. I'm hoping I can keep doing raiding regularly, but I've never raided at all. Hey, Old, how's it going? Or Oleg's, sorry. But watch The Good Place. Yeah, I've seen The Good Place. I've read Michael Schur's book. I actually wrote a book review on it for a publication. It's all pretty fun. Do roads get used? I believe they do. Yeah, I believe people walk on the roads. And Abernathy is indeed idle, so you're a cook. No cooking. I guess maybe club some stuff. Let's find a chinchilla for you to go destroy with the power of friendship and pokey such and so. I guess if we build in the wrong spot, it's fine. In the future, we can remake some things. So I'll make a dining room and research building just to get started right here. And then again, kitchen will be here. So food goes from farms into kitchen into dining area. A few days ago on the Rimworld subreddit, someone posted a picture of their very first base ever and said, "What tips would you offer me?" And so many of the responses were so mean. Like, it wasn't me. It was like someone aggressively, "Here is the best way to play this game," which seemed inappropriate for a very first base. And so the response I gave instead was, like, think seriously about how you put your rooms together so you can save as much walking around as possible. And the person was very grateful for my response, but somewhat annoyed by the other people who were just like, "You should have a kill box and should be made in a way where your enemies cannot see you. Go see this video by Adam vs. Everything on how to use the singularity kill box." I'm like, come on. You can have a fun, beautiful base without getting too stuck on, making the most amazing of all possible cheesy defensive structures. it is silly how some people get a little stuck on there being, basically one solved way to play Rimworld when it's a story generator, right? Not anything else. But I did say at some point before too long we might try to do a cheesy playthrough with the singularity kill box and so on. If you've not seen it, it's absolutely stupid. For some reason involving the coding, it's possible to set up an area for fighting where the enemies cannot see your shooters until they get way too far in, and it's so silly. It's so silly. But sort of advice to put off playing the game. Yeah, I mean, I think, if you're someone who says, I want to play at the hardest possible difficulty and never lose, blah, 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 then yeah, it is necessary to make certain decisions that might look not terribly attractive and be kind of weird. Is my room not a good size? I think the room is not a good size, but it is our room nonetheless. And so we'll just put this thing in the middle and not look too closely about centering. Yeah, like I said, I'm thinking play through with some cheesy play, just see how it goes, and like watch YouTube videos on stream to see what we can do better. Now, this is gonna upset me if this room is ugly like this. So let's actually make it. Okay, the issue is if you want to have the walls centering like that, then the too wide does not fit terribly well. It's annoying. I didn't used to care about symmetry nearly as much as I do now. I just want it to look pretty. That's what I'd like. And look at that. The dog begins to be made into a lovely member of our community who helps out and all the rest. Why are you idle again? Why are you idle again, Apathy? Okay, you're not on growing at all. I'm just going to add you to growing because you'll at least be able to help with the planting. And we don't want you to job 1 there, but that'd be a fine thing to do. Go work. Fine, sleep, no worries. All right, a fine second day. Not quite as productive as the first day because I didn't... Wait, didn't I send Abernathy up work to go beat up on someone? Maybe he said, I'm not going to stand here anymore, and walked his way back home. Yeah, I forgot about Abernathy wanting to go fight stuff. Oh well, oh well, oh well. And I wonder what the dog's been eating. Is that rat's only missing 3% of body parts? I would imagine that the dog would have eaten quite a bit more by now. Huh. 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 Hello, Oleg. You're a second-year computer science student. You don't understand why philosophy is a compulsory subject at some universities. Yeah, I mean, I think the thought for a lot of schools that require classes like philosophy is that universities should be for more than just getting ready for a job. It should also be ready to help you become a fuller human in some way. And so being able to think critically about history, about government, about your work, and all the rest. What I often tell my students is, I assume you want more out of life than just your job. And so on the weekends, hopefully they're thinking thoughts about other stuff and have stuff to talk about other than just, hello, Noms.
I'm doing my job right now, on the weekend.
You are doing your job on the weekend, it's true. I assume you want more out of life than just your job on the weekend. Okay. I think that's the answer, though, is it's an attempt to help you have a fuller, more rounded human than just your job. The job's important, of course, no doubt. A colonist has gotten the fibrous mechanites already. At least it's not the the plague, isn't it? Who's that? That's my wife. She occasionally runs on stream, and the first hour and a half of today's stream was us talking together. Yeah, her name is Noms, and N-O-M-Z, Noms. All right, so Murky is not well. Hello, Murky. What's going on, Murky? Mild pain, a little bit stronger, a little bit better. Not the worst as he's ever, but that's okay. That's okay. Allows you to develop critical thinking. Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously you can get critical thinking in lots of different contexts, but it's a class that pushes the critical thinking pretty firmly. Now, with that said, I don't want to reduce my field to just being critical thinking, because that phrase has kind of lost all meaning. Who's our doctor anyway? We actually don't have a great doctor, so Pepper and Abernathy are both equally bad, and so for now, both of them will be equally doctorific. And I haven't yet told my people not to use the fancy medicine. So we'll save the medicine with, I don't know, let's just do Doctor Care no medicine for right now. And eventually we'll change it off if someone gets quite ill. But for Mechanites, they can do whatever they want to. Wants the chemicals. Because we're doing our quote-unquote bad guy playthrough, and I'm not saying that smoking the smoke leaf every day is bad guy behavior, we're going to go ahead into drugs. Usually I do not do this because I worry about addictions, but this playthrough, no worries at all. We'll have a little tiny smoke leaf area. And we probably will begin selling smoke leaf at some point. Cool. Hello, Sack. 3 cheers for drugs. Also, need to keep Silent out of this room also. Are we out of wood? Oh, we still have plenty of wood. Pepper, what are you doing? Being a big lazy for sure. Alright, so our good friend Silent is unwelcome in here. There, and there, and there. Cool. What are the other concerns in the base right now? Slept in the cold? Oh, it is down to 8C, isn't it? Huh. So it's not the most tropical places. It's not permanent summer, so it will get cold here, and we might also get cold snaps. Definitely. Murky, I'm going to borrow you briefly. When you're done with that job, let's get these tables and chairs moved in. And then this will be the research room. For now, and we'll rethink where all these things go eventually, but for now, this is lovely. I probably should make it such a way where the worker does not sit right in the middle of the hallway. So what I'm going to do is actually move the door to the side. Cool. Considering maybe having doors on the south side also, so we can get around more quickly. And also have ability to shoot out. Because, you know, our club-based colony has lots and lots of shooters in it. Wonderful. Alright, rice has begun. No worry. Has the dog found some food here? That's still 3%. Alright, dog, are you eating things? I guess it's just not hungry yet. So possibly the rat's going to go bad. And that's not the worst thing in the world. It's just a rat. But I'm going to go ahead and make our kitchen here also. And this base is feeling kind of cramped right now. Like I said, I am planning to move stuff around more in this base than I normally do. Normally, wherever I put my buildings initially, they just stay there forever. Like, nothing ever moves. That's one of my real weaknesses as a player. I don't think enough about how the base could be better structured. Instead, I just keep bolting on more and more buildings. But we'll see. Alright, these steel slag are looking ugly in the middle of the base, so we'll throw them over here. And just put the steel slag out this way. We'll call it the slag stack. And then we'll have kind of limited chunks here, because there's not too much to mine. There's some. We'll probably end up mining below for additional stones. So as of right now, the stone types here are slate and granite. I actually did not plan for granite, and yet we got it. Marble up this way, more slates. Down here, more marble. Hello, Architect. Though definitely the goals for the CK3 playthrough. I haven't actually made a command for this playthrough yet. I didn't want to do so until the playthrough developed a little bit more. But they're raiders. They want to attack other people and destroy things, and be all around not terribly good people. But yeah, I'll get a goal command going before next stream for sure. All right, researching has begun. Give me batteries, please and thank you. And then Abernathy, you become the researcher and the cook. Still plenty of food, no concerns. Right, looking great. Off you go, off you go. I should probably get some lighting going in here. Are we out of wood? Pepper, you got lots of wood. What are you doing, man? Can't do anything. The club needs batteries. Needs battery. That's great. Rothaway. How do you say your name? I do not say your names. I keep saying it wrong. That's a good joke, though. We like battery for our club. Meleeers do battery. Pepper's destroying that first. The work is getting done, though. It's only 3 p.m. Why are you sleeping, Murky? Oh, you're not sleeping. You're being cared for. That's very sweet. So Fibrous Mechanites is the one that goes away after a certain time period. Is that correct? Or Gutworms goes away after 300% of treating. So I don't think the quality of the treatment actually matters too much. Is that right? I'm not sure if that's right. Not sure. What is our research speed over here? Well, the door is not done, so it counts as outside. Pepper's getting that done. Good job, you hero. Mark these slag spots to get hauled. And then is there other slag on the map already? We haven't had any crash-landed supplies. There may be no other slag quite yet. However, up here we do see there's a lovely collection of urns. We'll claim each of those. 4, wow. Starting our very own Antiques Road show. Get those hauled down to the base. Put 2 in this room. Happy little barracks. And we'll start making the dining room look a little nicer also with the other 2. 3 more? Wow. Maybe by later game we can have a museum. This is something I've talked about before but never actually done. Is like trying to find cool looking items that we can use on shelves to either on shelves or on the floor in an area to be an actual museum. I think strategically speaking, it's a very bad choice to do that because it just raises base value for no reason. But it looks cool. It makes me happy. Abernathy, let's give you some light. So I'm begin setting up the electricity grid. The lamp right there. And a lamp right there. And I'll put some lamps in some corners here and here. Probably one in the middle as well. Get some power cables run as well. Still have some steel, not too far away from the base. I'll make a little one across this way. And all the way around. Great. The question then becomes, where do our power production? My standard answer is on top of the farm. Though with this spot here being less than full affordance, I believe we can't put a turbine there at least. Is that true? Yeah, no turbine allowed. We can throw one right here though. So that'll be our first turbine spot. Yeah, disallowed, but allowed here. Okay. And then more trees need chopping right away. The early part of the game for me often feels kind of Bob Ross-like. There's not a lot of panic or worry about getting things done. It's more just, hey, a happy little slow process of finishing it all. Is the river wide enough for water mill? That's a very good point. I always forget that water mills exist in this game. I actually do not know. I'm not sure how thick the needs to be? I guess here would be for sure. Oh boy, passing near an ancient exostrider, Pepper Mga noticed a transponder inside. We can learn how to control robots. Will we do that this playthrough? I don't know. Not immediately compatible with my rating plans, but who knows. Pepper's long march to get stuff. It's fine. What is the situation here? 70%. The room's kind of dirty. You'll get done someday, my friend. Someday. Watermills don't need a lot of room. Very cool, thank you. But having enough firm ground, cool. Yeah, we'll see. I think I've used a watermill in one playthrough. As I often say, almost all of my playthrough experience of Rimworld is well before the first DLC. And so probably the majority of how I play this game is based on how I learned to play it then. And so I just don't remember new stuff. And by new stuff, I mean things from like 4 years ago. But I have fun anyway. Good night to you, Art. See you later. Hope you have a good one. Lots more trees getting cut down for that farm out there. The cotton's getting planted. We've got ourselves some fine smoke leaf also. Yeah, I'm guessing my playstyle has changed some over the years. I just don't know for certain on that because it is, yeah, I actually don't know my early bases. I so wish I'd taken pictures or kept the VODs from my first playthrough of Rimworld. Because I know I'm more thoughtful in how I play now. Back then it would just throw things at the wall and see what sticks. I'm always so happy when I see people have put their very first playthroughs on YouTube or on Rimworld. Like, here's a picture of my first base. Absolutely love it. All right, do calm. The digger is coming through. They're a member of the Combo Confederacy, which I believe is a friendly or neutral tribe, brother. Now, like I said, I want to set up a toll booth here for these people. I guess raiders don't necessarily need to beat up everyone who goes passing by, and it might be a little bit early in the game to make everyone hate us. Though, it may be too late to get there now. Let's see, what kind of person are you? Yeah, they're an undergrounder. That's not useful at all for us. Yeah, this person would be useful just to have another person hanging out, but they're no one I'm super attracted to getting. So you may pass on by. With the toll booth, I think if we get strong enough, I intend to fight any group who tries to go through my toll booth, because there's no way of paying tolls in this game. Maybe traders who has a good deal can pass through, but other than that, not so sure. Your first Rimworld base failed because you couldn't figure out how to cannibalize your colonists. Why are you the way you are? That's what I want to know here. Why are you the way you are? Okay, so we'll have an AC unit right here. I'm not going to add that, so we actually have batteries and power and such. And then I intend to put some flooring back here as well to stop the regrowing of trees. As of right now, we have no power consumers, so we'll leave this as it is. And get those cut soon enough. Oh, Pepper's almost done. There's wood there, just needs to finish it up. Having a little chit chat, husband and wife, y'all still liking each other? Oh, I love this. I love when you look at the social relationships and people are still feeling cool. So often in the early part of the playthrough, the relationships are kind of so-so. What benefits this time is they're all of relation. Sisters-in-law and fathers and all the rest. And so that'd be a very nice thing to have still. Hey Vera, we are playing a Raiders playthrough, yep. I've never really done a Raiders playthrough, and that'll be okay. You don't need to do flooring, you just tell it to keep cut down. Oh, so you're saying the growing zone. Yeah, I guess you could do this, couldn't you? You could say, here's a growing zone, don't actually grow anything, just cut it down forever and ever and ever. And that's fine. I guess that is absolutely fine. I think I prefer having the flooring. Like, it feels nice to me to do it that way, but I can see why it's perhaps not necessary to do it that way. Yeah, we'll see. Well, we're not going to do any more flooring until we have stone cutting done, I think. We actually may floor this room. We'll see. Pepper, I know you're working on lots of stuff. Just go make this wall first. give me a finished room, please and thanks. Awesome. We're at 33 meals still. Plenty there. The rat is still not being eaten. Oh, you know what? The husky is eating berries when it's trained. Yeah. And so the puppy's not hungry because it's being trained regularly, and that's why the rat's just sitting there. So let's go ahead and cook up this rat for sure. So we're gonna have our freezer right here, our kitchen right here. And right now I'm just gonna use the butcher spot. I promise we'll not do this ever again after this month. Too slow! Resorty, you're too slow. Alright, so I looked at it in the last moments before it went bad. So it's time for us to very sadly say goodbye to that rat. What a terrible waste. For the Rimworld gods gave us beautiful and good things, and this is how we repay them. Alright, so for right now, we'll hide our terrible trash out back. This is for the rotten bodies. Animals. And we'll need to name that to rat trash. Good. The rat gave his life for my clubbing. It's true. It's true. The rat definitely did let Pepper get some experience points. But we'll be fine on food, even with that rat wasted. Pepper, if you wouldn't terribly mind moving that next, I'd appreciate it. Our dining room is awful. It's spacious and dirty. Genuinely a terrible place to be. Oh, rough. Can you imagine it? The dirt is dirty. Probably should make some traps around the base, just to discourage people running at us. Take ownership of the road. It's ours for sure. Though that is a bit of a waste of wood at this stage. Yeah. While our people are sleeping and getting their needs cared for, let's make sure we begin putting up a little room here. So, freezer. Yeah, like I said, I feel this is a bit cramped, and I do worry a bit about that. So we can build first here. So we're going to have an entrance to the freezer like so. And there'll be a room that heads over this direction. Don't need to be too huge. That's probably more than enough space for now. Okay, and the kitchen next door. I have a door here also that leads to the dining room. People can grab food and go have a taste. This is a weird looking room. As many of you know, I often just try to make little rectangles. This is definitely not a rectangle, and I hope you love it. I made it just for you. There's actually no wall for the butcher's table to go on, though, so I'm going to change it just slightly. Yeah, butcher table can now go right there. That's a really ugly room, and yet I kind of sort of love it. We do want to have something kind of airlocky, ideally. Yeah, what is this room? Why does this room exist? This is me pushing random buttons and hoping for the best. It's creativity. Okay, and then we can have our butcher's table. There it is. Go right there. Yeah, like it's a little nook there. Nooks are fun. Put a nook in this room also. A place for, I don't know, a lamp or a turret or something. But that's kind of ugly. So we'll get, I need the nook. Nook must exist. Let's go back one more. And nook like this instead. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Once that's all done, then we'll head out. I mean, I could avoid doing this for now, instead just wait till stone crafting's finished. Or we could do wood for now and then replace it later with something else. Our little raider friends, they have a nice base to live in. Though they do say they do not work like any average commoners. So I'm glad they don't get a mood malice for doing labor. But yeah, the raider part here does say, the strong should take from the weak. I wish I'd chosen raiding required, I think, just to make us really lean on that. I hope we get a pop-up soon of raiders are nearby, or not raiders, raiding sites are nearby. Because I don't want to attack faction bases. I don't think it'd go well for us at all. Oh, is there pollution near us? Yeah, to the right here, the cursed Outlanders have already irradiated the area around them. When I placed my tile here, though, I didn't get that pop-up saying that pollution would come our way. So maybe we're just far enough away from that. Raiding required might give a debuff too fast. It may. Like I said, I've never done a raiding playthrough before, so it'll be interesting to see how it goes. And while I'm thinking of it, oh, well, this first. After this, we'll need to go ahead and make sure the dog doesn't go into our freezer and kitchen area. So, we'll be here for a while. What's the faction called? And then, more importantly, what's the settlement called? The faction I've already chosen the name of. It is the Club, as mentioned previously. It is the people who enjoy clubbing. What should we call our place here? What suggestions do you have for a name for our location? It's Pepper's home. Pepper is the central character of this base. It's a spot along a road, along a river. I'm intending to charge tolls. Clubfootville, Clubtonia. All we do is say club, and sure that's good. I could call it Club also. Spice something? Like Old Spice or Pepper Spice? Club Spice. Wait, why Spice? Because of Neanderthal, I'm thinking of just going club again. Let's just keep calling everything club. That is fine. More club. I apologize for asking you all for your good answers, and you did have many good answers. And how do I repay you? By saying we're just gonna call it club, sorry. Lots of stuff has been placed down. Lots of very nice crops are already growing. Appreciate it. And then let's make ourselves a kitchen that will also dump out into the dining room area. And the bedroom area as well. Blow friend. Bought by a teak tree. Wait, where? Okay, did it actually not make the growing zone does include that. Oh, you know what? I think the growing zone might wait until the tree is fully grown. Is that true? I'm actually not certain if that's true. Someone earlier said, isn't there a marker or a toggle on the turbine itself to cut down trees? That must be in a mod. So the tree problem is one you have to deal with on your own. But for right now, I will markers get cut down, but I don't think it gets cut down to its full tree. So we gotta stay on top of that ourselves. One can also just throw a whole bunch of the. There's a button of auto cut. Wait, where's the button of auto cut? There's allow cutting there. When disabled, columns will never cut plants. They will sow new plants, etc. So I think allow cutting is not require cutting. Click the windmill. Deconstruct, build cut. Oh, auto cut. I apologize for my profound, we'll call it blindness. I have never seen this before. How long has this button been here? Oh, I've played this game for thousands of hours. How have I never seen this button? Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm glad to hear that many of you have not seen this button either. It must be relatively new, right? Or we would surely have noticed that. It was added recently? Alright, thank goodness. Thank goodness. I always have this worry that I would have had it here since the beginning of my playtime and just never saw it. That's craziness. Love it, love it, love it. Cool. Good to know. Thank you. I'll probably still put flooring down because I like how it looks, but that'll be fine. All right. So, trying to avoid rectangular rooms. What would look cool here? That looks kind of cool. That's too narrow, though. Like a little wider, so put a little bump out like so. And down here, we'll just do a straight line. That's fine. That's fine. It's organic looking. No airlocky space between the two of these. That's all right. Thank you all for hanging out today. I want to say I'm enjoying myself a whole bunch. I had a nice starting conversation with Noms, and you all seem to enjoy that. And now we're having a great time playing some Rimworld, and I'm enjoying that too. The playthrough's just getting started, but if it keeps being this way with you fine folks hanging out and chit-chatting and enjoying the show, and we have no major problems so far, hope that continues. It's definitely a random playthrough, so it is possible, as always, that we're having a very long break between events, and then they're all going to come in more or less simultaneously. Just boom, 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 boom. So we'll see. We'll see. Alright, we'd like to go ahead and throw our stove here. I should also say thank you for the new followers. I know that Rimworld is still a popular game, even though it's been out for a very long time now. It is one of these games that is, I don't know, evergreen on Twitch, for sure. Hey Vidon, does this game come with a tutorial? It does. The tutorial teaches the basic of how to make food. It teaches the basics of how to make a building, but it then kind of throws you in the deep end. I've considered trying to make a YouTube video of the form, so you finish the tutorial, what should you know next? But there are a lot of YouTube videos I should make and just don't really have time for, unfortunately. But yeah, I think what I always tell viewers is if you want to try this game, like, I recommend it 2 thumbs up. This is actually the only game I've told viewers that if you buy the game, knowing what it is and do not like it, I will give you money, and that will make up for me encouraging you to buy a bad game, but it's an amazing game. But after you've managed to finish the tutorial, if you don't understand how something works, you can always come to channel and say, hey Resorty, how's this work? And someone in chat will always know, and I'll likely know. Yeah, definitely other YouTubers have made great tutorial videos, and so I am potentially going to be making redundant content, but other people have taught philosophy too, and yet I keep teaching philosophy. I think I have a unique enough way of explaining stuff, and a unique way of presenting my ideas, and I'd like to be able to direct my viewers to my own content, as opposed to saying, you know, go read this book. I'm not going to explain anything to you. What a weird looking room this is. I hope we find this enamoring as time goes by, as opposed to thinking this looks terrible and weird. Because right now, terrible and weird is definitely coming to mind. Alright, I run through the inner walls. Yeah, I think one thing with, you know, videos on YouTube, figuring out which ones will be evergreen and that people will enjoy watching throughout the years is very, very difficult for me. But I want to be useful. I want to help people understand the games I love. It's how I can take my my teacher persona and continue it into Game 2. Ah, that's nice. This is a nice little base. Is this base stable? Is this base functional? Gosh, we'll see. Need to set up some additional zones. Gotta set up some shelves for sure. Always about shelves. Shelves so good now. That and that.
Much warmer in here. Door closed.
Hello, Noms.
It's actually warm.
It's warm outside, really.
I'm gonna go for
I hope you have a nice run.
so you
Yep.
can put it on here. You have to go for a run and then.
Okay, I'll see you in an hour or so. Have a good run, really. Yep. It's warm outside, apparently. I could open the window and shout at the neighbors. No, I always stream from a locked box. Oh, gosh. I didn't realize you were there. I swung my arm and hit you. I was very, very scared. What was suddenly next to me?
I know, everybody was watching that happen. Boom!
Yeah, I'm sorry I elbowed you.
It's okay. Bye. Bye.
Bye. We'll see you later. Like I was saying, I always try to stream in a closed-off room, or else I get nervous with the neighbors here. Alright, it is time for a transport pod crash. A furniture builder's coming by. So, will this be our first slave? I don't know how slaves work. Let's find out. His name is Kinhool right now. Hello, Kinhool. It's a Wookiee. It's an Edakeen. Holy cow, the Edakeen loves the animals. Alright, so 27 years old, real good at animals, can actually plant heal root right now. Very cool. It's better intellectual than any of the rest of us. Has some injuries, nothing permanent. So, how does slavery work in this game? I know that slaves are not full members of the community, and so you can do make them do work with no particular reason, like just keep on working forever, but they can't do all work types. What's the benefit of having slaves, other than, ha ha ha, I'm a bad guy? Is there any particular benefit they get? You enslave them and then they revolt every 30 seconds, every 30 minutes. That'd be fun. Hey, American Hunter, thank you for gifting subs to Net Griffin and Roe. That's super generous of you, American. I really appreciate it a bunch. And I'm glad you're enjoying this game too. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. They won't need any recreation. That's the trade-off. Okay, okay. Unrecruitables can also be enslaved. Oh, right, yeah. Since the biotech release, there are some characters who are unable to ever join your faction because they truly believe in their own faction, and so you can force them to stay with you otherwise. Huh, cool, cool. Maybe we shouldn't enslave this guy. Maybe we should just treat him well and ask him to join the Raider team. What's his current religion? It's Raiderism. He doesn't believe in eating meat. He knows he's an animal. I never knew anything when I was fat and happy and constantly pleasuring myself. This truth only came to me when I starved and hurt. The animals are our partners in this world, and it's wrong to treat them as any less. If anyone disagrees, I'm always ready to defend myself. Alright, strongly opposed to slaughtering animals. Okay, so if this person's going to join us, we have to go ahead and trade them over to our faith, presumably. Because we're definitely going to eat some meat, I suspect. I like the rating. I like pain as virtue. Don't like the animal stuff, though. Let's go and capture them. So I don't have a prison building built yet. We can throw them into the freezer and treat them as if they were food. So we can send our doctor out straight away and deal with infections if it comes. So go ahead and treat on the ground. The only issue with treating on the ground, of course, is if he pops up and attacks someone, it'll feel pretty darn bad. Good luck on that. And then I'd like to have our good friend Pepper go ahead and make a bed inside the freezer. Get to Pepper. Cool. So I just want to tend the bleeding wound and nothing else. Cool. Okay, now I just stand there for a moment while Pepper makes the bed. How much more wood do you need, man? Quick building. I love that beds are so fast to make. I'm always quite surprised that they made it so fast. Do we need to convert him if he's a slave? Yeah, I don't know how slaves and ideologian fit together. Even though slaves were added in ideologian, and I have not done anything with them. But no, this guy's going to be a full member of the base, I do believe. Alright, so we're going to convert you to our understanding of Raiderism first. That'll be good for sure. And also, Ro, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying our Rimworld playthrough. We played Rimworld 1 day a week around here. It used to be the only game I ever played. Also, Silent is now starving. I'm guessing we're out of vegetables, so can't have that. Like I was saying, Rimworld used to be the only game we ever played, and that became a little bit much for me to exclusively play it. So I'm glad we can still play it once a week, and it stays fresh and fun for me. I think the problem with having, when I was playing Rimworld all the time, is that it became, at some level, the same base over and over again. It was hard for me to come up with enough interesting playthroughs, unfortunately. With the berries there now, Pepper will begin training our puppy again. And do we have someone on wardening? Nope, not really. So our best social is our warden Murky. So you'll take over on that. And your mood's kind of dropping. Oh, that chemical hunger! And in intense pain, yeah, the fibrous mechanites continue of pace. Continue feeling really terrible. Don't worry though, the smoke leaf is coming soon. That shirt wearing a silly hat? Yes. Not during the Rimworld era, but once upon a time, I was a streamer who would wear a silly hat for every single game I played. And so when we did builder games, I'd wear a construction hard hat and so on. As a baby streamer, you try a lot of things to just be different and to stand out in an interesting way. And ultimately I landed on being myself, but it took a while to decide that was an okay thing to be. Like, have chat pick a random animal, make the base look like that animal. Yeah, I mean, possibly. That said, I'm not really interested in going back to full-time Rimworld. I like Rimworld a lot, but there are a lot of other games I like too, and it's better for me to bounce from game to game. I tend to stay in the same general area of base builders and strategy games. You won't see me playing CSGO, but yeah, if I just play Rimworld, I do get kind of tired of it and a little bit resentful of streaming, and that's just not the right attitude to have. It's got to be somewhat fun for me, and I need a little bit more variety in life. But I do see how one could play thousands of hours of nothing but Rimworld. In fact, I did it by myself for a while there. Alright, Kinhool. I can't wait to have a proper name, but it's not just your own name. How faithful are you to your ideologian? I mean, not amazingly. But they're in an okay mood, and so they're becoming more and more confident in their faith. We should go ahead and give them a table to eat at, I suppose, and some light and so on. Research is almost done. We nearly understand batteries. How great will that be? So we should start thinking about a battery-based room. We should also start collecting various bits of stone chunks to quickly begin stone crafting once that's researched. So like I said, I intend to have my crafting area over here. Also, I didn't even notice it, but how cool is that? We have a steam geyser so close to base. I thought it was two of them. It's not. Where's the next nearest after that? Up across the river, it looks like. How do you feel about renaming slaves to resubscribers? I'm not sure what you mean, Abrathi. I'm definitely gonna name everyone in the game after people have subbed and tipped, like I tend to do. The Zid event here is not random. It's instead, because it's raining here, the precipitation got onto the now powered stove and caused a little bit of an explosion of terribleness. But the roof is now built over top, and so that will not happen again, I believe. Yep, looks good. Looks good. Yeah, base on fire in wooden base. My favorite, your favorite, everybody's favorite. Let's think about the crafting room over here. So we'll have more power production down here eventually. Let's just put it kind of in the middle. That'll be fun. Now I have a different stockpile over here for crafting items. What, a multiple stockpile resorty base? This never happens. I always just throw everything into a giant pile and then get very confused why I can't figure out where anything is. This time though, we're going to do a good job of organizing. I promise. I promise. Hey, Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Harsani. Harsani, enjoy the emotes and such. Anonymous, thank you for generosity. Good old Rimworld Friday brings out the generosity, as always. If only I would respond to that generosity by putting neckties onto my head. If only, if only. But thank you for your kindness, really. What's the room I'm making? Wait, why am I making a room here? This is supposed to be a crafting room. I know I said that. For eventually stone cutting. And so I want to pile stone stuff over here. And then put some doors in also. This is a very boring looking room. We gotta fix that somehow. I mentioned about a toll earlier. How do you set that up? Okay, so as far as I know, there actually is no mod to have a toll. So I'm gonna put a little like defensive area on both sides, and eventually anyone who passes through, I intend to kill. So I intend to militarize this map, and then anyone who approaches our bridge gets shot down. That's the long-term goal for the playthrough, is to not let anyone pass through. But yeah, there's no way as far as I know to actually do tolls. Though it would be fun if we did. Wait. Oh, resort, you fool. I've been playing with no research for such a long time that I forgot that we do not have to research stone cutting. Someday I'll research stone cutting and then we'll start making things of stone. You can do that from the beginning. Very good, very good, very good. I know how to play this game, I swear. Oh, goodness gracious. What else have I forgotten recently, I wonder? Alright, so across the way, we will definitely make some piles. That room's slightly more interesting looking now. And we'll move the doors up some more. Alright, let's have just a little zone on the floor, because you cannot put stones onto shelves, unfortunately. Do I have Dwarf Fortress Brain? No, like I said, the most of the Rimworld I've done recently has been starting with nothing, and so I haven't had the crash landed research done. And so let's forget what it is. So I know there's granite, I know there's marble, and I know there's slate. Is there a granite area? Or does the granite we have here, or is the granite we have here only the granite? Yeah, definitely granite there, definitely marble, definitely slate too. So we can keep all three rocks coming in consistently. And that's just great. That's just really, really nice. So we'll make number one a slate spot. Stone chunks. Slate. Call it slate is great. Number two, we'll make the marble spot. And you already know what joke I'm going to make. It's the same joke I make every single time. It is marvelous. Perfect. And then we need a third zone in the middle here for granite. Good. And we'll, of course, call this one Take It For. Good. We then want to start marking various stones to get hauled in. There's a cobra right there. We should kill that cobra. It's kind of predator animal that will cause problems as we wander about. So let's send our melee leader out to do that. Come along, Pepper. It's time for you to beat the dickens out of a cobra. After you're done eating, we'll send you and Abernathy out. Surely you won't get poisoned, will you? Surely not. Cobra's there, so come along, both of you. Could wait till it falls asleep. We just send them both in. Let's have Pepper make the first blow, and then Abernathy will follow up, as Pepper has nice armor on. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Have Abernathy step back one. Whammo. Cool. It's Pepper was bit, looks like. A little bit of toxicity. Wait, how is that? Bruised, skin did not bleed. Immediately took some toxin in the bloodstream. Huh. Huh. Maybe a very tiny puncture, and it doesn't leak out of blood at all, but... yeah, I have no idea. Seems like shenanigans to me. Good job not dying, Pepper. Very proud of you. Alright, so I kind of sort of want to throw the the animal bodies into the into this room. I think it would be a very unkind thing to do for our poor old friend here. So let's not do that. He's happy that he's incredibly in pain. The pain purifies me. I need it. Oh, that's great, man. That's great. We're still producing a bunch of extra power, and this thing's not repaired yet. And I did not yet set up to make the fine butchering forever and always. We'll do that. Let's set up a little chair now. On both sides. Oh, we need a chair for Abernathy also. We can move from dining stools to dining chairs, no problem at all. Hey, battery is done. Clap, 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 clap. Alright, so what comes next then? I kind of want to go down smithing possibly. Get the maces. Yeah. I never do beer. I never, ever, ever do beer. Yeah, beer and drugs. Let's make that part of our raiding family here. Solar panels, super cool. But let's do smithing for maces might be fun. Let's do beer. Our raiders want alcohol right now or else, which means we need another field, a field of hops. Okay, I'm gonna put the batteries back here in a little hidey hole. I'm gonna mine off this line. We'll move this stockpile just down to the side, possibly. Put it round back also, I guess. So I want to copy your settings. Club is not the Manson family. I mean, it's heading that direction. It's absolute hedonism and decadence through and through. Okay, I'm going to call you outdoor junk. Junk is unkind, but it's all right. And I believe our best miner is also Pepper. Yep. Yeah. Take Pepper off of construction for right now. A straight out of rehab. Great name. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Straight out of rehab. Pepper, are you feeding the puppy? How's your training go, my friend? Yeah, done with the rescue already. We're not enslaving this prisoner. No, I was talking about enslaving before, but I decided instead, because they are convertible, they're not absolutely loyal to their faction, we're instead going to convert them to our team. I like the idea of having a guy who's already a raider join us as raiders also. It'd be nice to have a proper Eda Keen as part of our raiding group. Now that said, I could imagine our Neanderthals and baseliners saying that anyone who's all furry gets destroyed at once. But we'll see. Okay, I was going to go ahead and mark some slate and granite and marble to get taken into the base. This is the kind of work that eventually the dog will do. Presumably. Right now the dog's having a nice time wandering in circles. With that dug out, we can now set up a lovely little battery area. Put the roofs in first, so I don't forget to do that and cause terrible, terrible fires. Neat. Battery, let's go and do 2 of them for now. Not wide enough for 3 if I have space between them. We'll fill this out a little bit also. Now, did I put the roof over that far? Not quite. A little more roof. That'll stay stable. Cool. And then I'll make some, I guess, marble walls. Lovely to keep the nice white color there. We can smooth the back walls if we want to. I'm going to go and plug those in also.
So we'll run a power line straight across the front. And don't need a switch in this case, but yeah, we'll think about having multiple power lines eventually, multiple power areas, grids, I guess is the word. Yeah, power grids, I guess. Lots of work to do still. We may be running out of wood. Man, Pepper's moving kind of slowly, aren't you? No, you're not. No, you're not. I'm just used to the characters running faster at higher game speeds. We'll put some pathways in also before too long. This one thick passage area is not great, but it brings character to the base, and that seems fun to me. Our dining room is still awful quality because no flooring. This is made now, though. So, I see there's a lot of slate out there, so I think slate will probably be our primary. So we'll start building that. Definitely granite once we're getting walls started. But for right now, we're going to do until we have, I don't know, let's go for 50 or so. Unpause when we have 10 or so. And just throw it on the ground. And do the exact same thing with granite. Is the dining room roofed? Yes, it is. Hopefully. I think it is. We can check in a moment, make sure. And the same thing with marble. Anytime I start making marble, I think, will this finally be the base where I do some artwork to sell? Pretty much in every base I say, yes, here I will do artwork. And then I never, ever, ever do. Also, we do want to bring the range in quite a bit, so the characters don't run across the entire map getting stuff. The range of 8 seems plausible, maybe even just right for grabbing what we want to grab there. Cool. Same thing with the butcher's table. We don't want to go find dead animals across the entire world. Immense waste of time. And I may pull the kitchen back before too long also. We'll see. 9 meals remain, so it is time for us to move directly into the food producing portion of the show. We'll throw a couple lights in. There and there. Nice conversations happening. Do you want to change faiths? Let me tell you about how we raid. We raid everything, including animals. Yeah, definitely gonna need a lamp in there if we're gonna be converting there. Might make more sense for us to also create a proper prison somewhere else, so we can use the freezer as intended. Now I'm recognizing this freezer is kind of smaller than I would have thought. Admiral, are you thinking the room's not roofed? I'm pretty sure it is. Let me pull up the roof graph and make sure. Yep. Looks like it should be roofed, and it is roofed. Great. Tasty berries pepper. Hey, a quest. All right, this is the question of, are we interested in trying to do the Emperor thing this playthrough? So I think it's incompatible with raiding to want to help the Empire. The Empire are the law, and we are surely an absolute group of scofflaws. So I'm going to say no on this one. And then when the rebel who's against the Empire comes along, we may say yes to them, which I've never done before. I always try to stay on the good side of the Empire. Yeah, I think we're going to ask the rebel to join us. That'd be a lot of fun, I think. A lot of fun for sure. Low on wood again, so we'll cut just this space next. Rice is close to done, so we are going to want to go hunting or just grab some berries. Battery to get done also. Pepper, please go do that. Just the one for now is fine. Pepper, do this. Pepper, do that. Pepper, pepper, pepper. Sorry, Pepper. First level of hauling. Hey, level 2 in hauling complete. All right, so Puppy Dog is currently not allowed to go into the bedroom or the stockpile room or the freezer. So the only hauling that should get done is to here. I think I actually maybe did not remove this from the dogs area. Trixie puppy. Yeah, I may eventually let the dog go into more places. But like I said, for now, it'll just be hauling of the rocks and such. Battery online. Battery is trying to charge, but not really pulling it off. So it could throw a second turbine up. Though I think when this thing is spinning at full, it's able to run everything currently. 3 batteries already. Definitely excessive, but that's okay. Alright, we need a crafter now to begin to make various sorts of blocks. So, who among you should be our crafter? Looking like the best one currently is also our researcher and our cook. That's not so good. Murky, our grower and cleaner. I think you are chosen this day. I don't think there's much in the way of growing or plant cutting to do currently, other than the ongoing tree situation. I'm going to remove that tree. And then are there other ones? Oh, Murky's mood's getting actually increasingly worse. Holy cow. That chemical issue. I swear you'll get smoke leaf soon. Did you not start with any drugs? What do we do, team? How do we get you drugs? We're not going to get you drugs for a while more. I mean, we can go open an Ancient Danger. Those might have drugs. Getting Murky a private room would definitely help. Also, a heater would help, for sure, as they're continuing to be bummed about the temperature. It is spring now, so it should get decently warm, but sure. A prison break already? Wow. The prisoners are staging a breakout. Somehow they've defeated the door locks. It's that Trixie Edakeen. More likely to attempt to break out when they're numerous and healthy. 1 and injured. Great. So Pepper, ideally I want you to go club this fellow. And Abernathy has a pokey stick. I'd prefer not to stab him. So we're gonna have Abernathy grab a club, which probably makes some actual clubs instead. He's trying to break out this way. Can't have that. The dog will probably come bite the Edakeen. Whammo. Pepper strikes first. There we go. All down. No problems. No new breaks in the skin. Nor on Pepper. Well done, Guardman Pepper. I'll switch Abernathy back to get that knife. Hey, Sinsamilla, it's good seeing you as always, my friend. How's it going? Is your username Moto? Is that right? I think that's right. Very good seeing you, though. Mato, sorry. Sorry, I forget the mo and the ma. My hiragana is still not perfect. Darn you, Resorty. I had it all at one point before I moved to Japan, but now that I'm here, I'm like, I should do more studying of my Japanese. Then I just don't. Just don't at all. Alright, hopefully Kino will now stay in the prison and get converted. If they break out again, I will absolutely positively beat the dickens out of them once more. From Pepper, go make this. Are stones getting made yet, or is that just a someday job? Probably a someday job because I marked all of these trees cut down. I'm going to remove all of those for now. Cool. Lots of power stored. Amazing. Amazing. After the nice prison break, 4% drop. Yeah, that certainty's not dropping very fast. So I know that when it comes to determining how likely a person is to be recruited, their mood definitely changes the effect. When it comes to changing religions or ideologies, I wonder what needs to happen. It may just be social skill. And they're not especially good. Can we see anything about how that attempt actually went? Lower mood the faster they change ideologian. So higher mood for recruiting, lower mood for ideologian. Your god has abandoned you. I understand. I understand for sure. So should we go treat them extra poorly then? Like throw them back into the dark again? Something's a flame. That's a flame. Luckily it's raining. We're going to absolutely ignore it. Not a problem in the world. We can early harvest on the rice here, and just be okay with. Yeah, just be okay with cooking. Put in a cramped box. That's terrible. Why can't we treat people well and have them end up joining our ideologian? I just don't get it. Just don't get it. We're going to begin by making, I guess, just simple meals. And our cook is not very good. So I'm going to cook simple meals one at a time to avoid having the massive food poisoning problems. We got 4 people here, so we'll go ahead and make it to 20. And I'm positive we have 5 left. Okay. Cook is Abernathy with a... Oh, you're an 11. Never mind. I thought you were at a 4 or 5. 11 is definitely good enough for making meals in a pile. And then probably also to move on to lavish meals. Or sorry, 5 meals since we have a bunch of food available. But until we have 20 of those, 24 of those instead. And unpause, we're down to 5. Great. Abernathy is ravenously hungry. We have meals still. So wander because ravenously hungry. Did I order Abernathy to do something forever? I don't think I did. Why did you not feed yourself? All right, so a bunch of concerns here, none of which are genuinely awful. A lot of little concerns piled up into mental break o'clock. Not a gourmand. Yeah, I think we got very unlucky on that mental break. You'll be fine, you'll be fine, you'll be fine. That is my cook, though, so we may have to have a secondary cook do a little cooking for a bit. And so secondary cook is... yeah, the 3 on Pepper. So I'm going to say that only Abernathy's allowed to do this job. And then we will add in a make simple meals for anybody. I'll just make a pile of them. Pepper, you feeling good about cooking some food? I think you are. Chair is good. Not starting cooking. Pepper, cook for now, thank you. Once again, Pepper do this, Pepper do that. Poor Pepper. Okay, there's no place for rice to be stored right now other than in this stockpile, which is not where I want it at all. So we'll remove raw food and meals from that for now. Other junk can go there for now, sure. If we put the food inside of our freezer, it becomes marked as only prisoner food. We don't want that. This is definitely the case when we can use shelves instead of just throwing it all on the floor as usual. So a couple shelves. Yeah, one there and one there. That looks nice enough. For the moment, the Pepper has to walk in and out. Oh, also throw the food on the ground. Yeah, no point in hauling it all that distance. Okay, that's enough for now. Hey, Pepper. I made just enough food so that tomorrow we still have enough food for one more meal. My friend, please make new shelves. And they'll have 1 shelf for raw, 1 shelf for finished. Okay. The stockpile is going to be exclusively for raw food. Right now, just veggies, but that's fine as is. And this one will be just for finished foods. Cool. When they want to prioritize finished meals here over top of over there. Or did I already say that finished meals are not allowed here? Good, they'll all migrate then. How's old Murky doing there? Intense pain still. As the mechanized continue apace. At least you're moving fast and working hard. I need a chair across the way also. And like I said earlier, I'm not sure about my decision to have items on both sides of the river, or the road rather. I like it, but I'm not sure it's a good call. This wall is broken apart thanks to the earlier Zid event. Let's have Pepper make some more food in the morning here. I'd like to finish that heater as well. Too many jobs for little Pepper. Yeah, but still tons of battery power saved up. Actually, when I saw the pop-up happen that someone had had a mental break, I thought it was Murky, as Murky's in much worse overall mood. And you're sick, that's terrible. You hurt, that's terrible. It's the exact same thing. That scratch scar on the head actually has no pain associated, so it's all just that. Welcome back, Abernathy. All right, so the cooking in earnest should begin now. We'll go ahead and ask Pepper to never ever cook again. And our first cargo pods from the sky. What do we get? In the middle of the base, destroying my roof. We got ourselves quite a bit of lovely, lovely, lovely insect jelly. How neat is that? My poor roof. So, Pepper should go remake that right away. Good job, Pepper. We're going to need some more wood fairly soon. We have enough for all of this building, though. And Hauler Puppy has not hauled nearly enough stuff yet. I think the only thing he can haul are the pieces of slag and the stones. And so far, the stones are not getting hauled in, unfortunately. I mentioned the wood situation to begin thinking about making some traps. In this middle section especially, so we can run people into them. We have not had Raid 1 yet, so we're, definitely only get one enemy first. Only after that first enemy do I begin worrying about defenses usually. We should be okay. I mean, that said, I have lost to Raid number 1 before. Luckily never on a playthrough like this one with 3 characters. It's only ever been on a Naked Brutality start. Fairly sure I've never lost immediately on the Wealthy Explorer start also. I have had a Wealthy Explorer die of early game infection, though. I think I brought one with no doctoring skill. Like, he doesn't need a doctor. He'll kill everything with his fancy charge rifle. And then quite suddenly it was a matter of, oh, by the way, you got stabbed. Alright, cool. Food's happening now very nicely. It's 4 a.m. Pepper and Murky can last a little bit of sleep. Having some lovin', no babies, please. Actually, now the base is looking kind of sort of stable, a baby wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. We got to think about where we want the bedrooms to go. I'm thinking we'll put bedrooms right in here. Affordance is, just fine. We'll have to build straight through there, but no problems. And it is time for us to have a club chaplain. And this will allow us to convert more easily. The club chaplain is the role of our spiritual advisor. That's when you go on whoever is best social. And so clearly, Murky, you're the one who's in charge of converting us all. That kind of thing. I have to have a ritual spot for this, or on the social page. So social page for you, you become, we need our ideogram ritual spot. And for right now, campfire will work just fine for that. In the middle of the road, we'll put out a campfire. to draw people's attention to the cool stuff we're doing. I want to keep an eye on Murky today to see what all they're doing. It's, again, not been stone cutting at all. That is the job they really should be doing. We also have no a particular area for stones to go, the stone blocks. We should set up one somewhere kind of centrally. I guess let's put right here as that. Oh, is Murky on hauling before stone cutting, actually? Murky. Yes, that's the problem. Murky's been entirely locked into doing the hauling. We want cleaning and then growing and crafting together. Much better then. Alright, so this spot here is just for blocks of stone. We will move them eventually away from here, but for the time being, that's good to go. And blocks are that. And because we don't have a door here yet, I'm okay with Murky just dropping them off. Probably at some point a little later, we'll have Murky throw them on the floor instead. Look at that! Marble blocks! Alright, we'll use the marble blocks to then enclose our battery room. I'm not trying to like this little alcove here. If only that's been put behind this, that felt reasonable. Can't think of anything to put there though, so instead we'll just go ahead and seal this in. And we'll use a stone door, because why not? Oops. Yeah, I'm actually going to fill in that spot, I believe. Alright, stone crafting has begun. I thought I set up the stone jobs to not pull from that far away. Looks like I may have missed on one of them. Oh no, Murky's actually self-hauling. That's just fine. That's absolutely just fine. And then they should go and do the granite cutting next. Oh. Chair getting finished there. Chair's done there already. For being a raider base, this is kind of played so far just like every other base I've ever made. There's nothing especially hostile about our behavior so far. That said, we've not been raided. Whenever we're raided, we'll begin getting some skulls to put on spikes and so on. And then I don't intend to put down marble flooring. Slate flooring seems like a nicer thing to do. And I'll have to go put the floors out before we do too much else. I guess we do marble flooring inside of the dining room perhaps, and then change the walls over as well. But I do want to use the slate to begin putting in some floor for walking around. Flagstone's not beautiful. Tiles look nice. Let's use flagstones for now outside. So I'm just going to flagstone absolutely all this section, which usually I do a tiny little path, but I think it's looked nicer this way. And then a little path across there, and a little path across the way. Can't actually because of the the water in the way. Hey Elena, it's good seeing you. How you doing, my friend? So many nice people stopping in today. It's awesome to see you for sure. Wait, why are we doing sandstone? I said slate and then pick sandstone. Whoops. Whoops. Like I said, make with the slate. You know what? I'm actually going to make this middle section into tiles just so it looks nicer as people are walking around. And then the farther places out, like the farther we go from there, the path between the sides, for instance, I'll use flagstone for that. I like to keep people happy by seeing beautiful things as they walk around. Seems a little excessive. Yeah, that for now is good. And then past there, we'll do our flagstones. You played a ton of Rimworld lately? Awesome. Hope it's a lot of fun. You're playing a jungle, never been there before? Yeah, the jungle's amazing. The jungles are a lot of fun to play in. Lots of diseases, a lot of predator animals. Probably the most important thing to say, as always, is just be really attentive to where the predators are, because it's entirely possible that you will suddenly notice, surprise, there's a panther in the middle of your base. That's not a fun feeling at all. We need to go ahead and moisture pump all this, because I can't make attractive roads all the way through, and that bothers me. Is there a path through? We can go straight there. That'd be nice. And then up the middle this way. And between these also. 2 between that one. 1 between that one. Ugh. Lack of symmetry is the worst. Another transport pod. We've had 2 transport pod crashes already. Wow. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I think around the actual field, I'll put a different kind of border, just so it looks nice. We're gonna have a little bit of Stardew Valley aesthetics this playthrough. All right. A nurse named Emily is coming by. Emily is from the Tola Concord. If we rescue her, she may indeed join freely. Or we can send her home. We're raiders, so we're not sending her home. Definitely, definitely, definitely. She has a prosthetic leg. Fancy, fancy. She's got some scratches and scars. A second non-violent person. Would be good at intellectual, be a very good doctor, be good at social. She is nimble and too smart. She's from an idea legend called The Fambly. In a world of every man for himself, Naomi Nummy Seratina began a new family of strangers, begetting many different people together. Some of them false believers tried to break the rules and decide their own path. Nummy punished them severely. None could surpass Nummy's understanding of family. She appointed the first Lama of the Neo-Zenists. Or Neo-Zenis? Neo-Zenis. Sounds a little creepy. Definitely a little creepy. Also, I love it, like, we're a family. We love each other. Go do child labor. Love it. Love it. All right. We got to convince this character that our way is the right way. For now, we just capture you, or do we ask you to join nicely? There is no niceness here. So by imprisoning her, we're definitely going to upset the factions. Non-violence is not good for cause. How do I feel about slaves? It is time for a slave. And I absolutely agree with that for sure. So they'll be going into the prison to become enslaved. Yeah, for this... How do you feel about slavery, Resorty? Love it. Big fan. No, for this playthrough, we are doing slavery. I believe that our colonists are slavery preferring. Is that true? Not seeing it. We're totally cool with slaves on this playthrough, so we'll be doing some enslaving presently. We need more wood again, though. Alright, we can go care for you out on the ground. At 21 hours. More than enough time. More than enough time for all that. So we'll chop down this tree. And capturing Emily will probably be the last thing we do today, I do believe. It's about time for me to begin thinking the thoughts of lunchtime. Getting a little hungry. Been a fun weekend so far. Pepper trying to make a wall. All right, you stop that, Pepper. You just stand there for a moment while I cut the tree. Now make a bed. Still not quite enough. Murky chop again. I think there'll be enough wood for sure. Awesome. Send Abernathy to go capture that person. You just take some non-violent. Yeah, for reading colony, it doesn't quite make sense. One of our starting characters is non-violent, but she was married to Pepper. So we're sticking with it, even though it is, again, a very strange little, little strange connection between the raiding playthrough and all the rest. All right. Capture. Oh, it's not done yet? Pepper, work faster. There we go. Quality is excellent. Oh my goodness. This furniture is engraved with an illustration of a rat being mutilated by Pepper Mga with a club without any emotion or expression. There are thousands of stink bugs here in our little hamlet. One of the more important things we've done so far is killing a rat. You dirty, dirty rat. We begin to make our enemy factions truly enemies. So the Tola were friendly to us, and now they're not. Are we going to end up with no traders? I probably shouldn't go no traders too fast in this playthrough. But you know. You know. And do we want to convert before we enslave? I guess I'm not entirely sure how these relationships work. If we enslave, what does it do to the ideologian? Does the mouse over tell us? Enslave. Wardens threaten the prisoner to reduce their will. Once they have no will left, the warden will enslave them. Huh. 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 I don't know. Relations with Tola Concord have broken down completely. They will now raid them. I will raid them too. Oh, so they will not raid us. Now raid them too. There you go. You find it hard to stop slaves from rebelling every 30 minutes. So I believe you can beat the slaves to ensure that they are afraid of you. I swear this is a fun, family-friendly game. I swear. The fire's been placed also. We want to go ahead and... we need to go to the social page on Murky and make them into the club. Oh! Have to have an ideogram ritual spot. Apparently, the campfire does not count as a ritual spot. Break it down then. I'm going to push the conversion button, see how long that takes. And actually, what's your faith in your faith? Oh, you're pretty faithful. You pretty much do believe in these things. Got to make their lives worse again, change it over. We don't have a church yet, so we need to make a ideologian item, which is ideology. Yep. The Grand Altar. All right, a standard ritual spot will work instead. We'll leave the fire there just to appreciate this. All right, need to make a role change. Club Chaplain is going to be Murky instead. These people will not participate. All right, guaranteed to be successful. We'll then have a person who's able to convert folks. Hey, it's a raid. It's raid number 1. All right, I think I'm going to leave it there while they have a gun. Holy moly. It's a genie with a gun. Oh, how sad is this? How sad is that? It's a brawler who doesn't get to be a brawler because he's a genie. Oh, that's heartbreaking. This character, if we can get him a psychic or a pain suppressor, pain stopper, would be awesome. How are you a pit brawler while being a genie? Weird. Alright, we'll deal with him when next we play Rimworld. Thank you so much for a really, really fun day. Like I said, every time we start a new Rimworld playthrough, it fills me with such hope and joy and appreciation. So thank you for being here. I'm going to take off now. Tomorrow, no stream. Tomorrow is my one day off of the week. I'll use that time to, I don't know, eat some food and read some books. And then back the day after with more Crusader Kings 3. A week from now, we'll back to more Rimworld, and I'm so excited to see how this playthrough goes. So thank you for spending the day with me. I really appreciate it. We'll see you again next week, and yeah, take care of yourselves. Thank you for being a friend.